It's not right.
Well, it's 3 there, and then
How are you, Bill? Just trying to get things started. Right, good morning, everybody. Very warm welcome to this council meeting, 28th of June. So we've got a few members here for the public forum to talk about the corridor water. So just ask you, just grab a seat and make yourself at home. Before we do that, though, I'm just going to first of all ask, are there any apologies? Councillor King.
One for me from 10 o'clock on.
Okay, Councillor Kingan from leaving from 10 o'clock. Thank you. And do we have any? Oh, sorry, a bit of move. We accept that one. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Hopkins, thank you. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, it's carried. Okay, moving on to declarations of interest. I'd just like to acknowledge an interest in the item, which number was it? On the retirement village, item 6.5. Do we have any other declarations of interest? No, okay. So move on to public forum. So welcome to Bill Malcolm and team. So just when you're speaking, we just need you to put the microphones on just by pushing the button, the silver button on the right hand side. So just when you're ready to go, the floor is yours. The other ones are welcome to bring chairs up to the table and sit at the table if you want. Yeah, Bill, hand over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time to hear us out. I've already sent to some of the councillors most of what I've got here written, but there's some additional stuff in this handout that I've supplied this morning. We hear about the way that the future that the consumers in our districts will be serviced. So I've outlined here some responses to some of the points raised in the agenda items that you have been supplied. Firstly, the response to the E. coli, I think on page 3, that agenda item. The problem arose due to changes in reporting procedures with that new organisation, Taumata Arawai, which had a different system compared to when we reported to the Ministry of Health, should we have an E. coli. We've since had a constructive meeting with Taumata Arawai, and they're happy with the changes we've made. And I'd like Gary just to expand on that a wee bit.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Microphone.
Okay.
Right, thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Yeah, just briefly about the E. coli transgressions in November last year, one being from Windsor Rural Water and one from Tokaraki. We've had a process in place since about 2015 where we reported, once we received results of E. coli transgressions, that was reported to the Ministry of Health and Waitaki District Council and also our consumers. We've got a fairly extensive list of our consumers to inform. And Windsor is generally the scheme that does have E. coli transgressions due to where we abstract our water. On that occasion, we used the old process, once we were informed of the test results, we informed the Ministry of Health and Waitaki District Council and consumers as per normal. But then I was informed that I had to let Te Mata Arawai know what was going on. And after discussion with Te Mata Arawai, one of their members, I subsequently reported to them, and any subsequent transgressions or conserved water notices are now reported directly to Te Mata Arawai and also Waitaki District Council, and who I asked to put that information on the website and also their Facebook page, and also our our consumers are informed and then again informed once the boil water notice or the conserve water notice is lifted. With regard to the Tokaraki transgression, at the time, the team at Tokaraki had never had an E. coli before, and even though there was chlorine in the system, theoretically there should have been no E. coli. But after discussion with them, I let them know that even though it may not be an E. coli, they have to treat it as such, and therefore there have to be 3 negative results before any boil water notice is lifted. Should I just talk about our qualifications now? Now, with regards on page 5, I think it is, where we're talking about experience or qualifications on our water schemes. I have quite an extensive, I've done a lot of work with the Procure water and wastewater systems over the last 20 years, so I have a lot of experience with that. I've also got qualifications in sampling, HACCP. I've got a Bachelor of Science degree, and so that's put to good use as required. And also we have at our beck and call a guy with a New Zealand diploma in drinking water treatment level 5. So he's been on board for quite some time, and I confirmed with him yesterday that he was still on board, and yes, he is. So we do have those qualifications and experience with the team, within the team. Thank you.
You turn yours.
Do I have to do something here?
No, you haven't got it off yet. Yep, that's it. And now you're good to go, Bill.
Right. Option 1, status quo. The change we'd like to make is that the water team from council would have 1 or more representatives present at the monthly Corridor Water meetings to give the water team's point of view to us, the directors at Corridor Water. This would help us to better understand the council's point of view. We're in discussions with Ericon at the moment to assist with the new reporting requirements in regards to the environment, and we're waiting for the standards to be finalised. There is an existing MOU which has already been extended. We're proposing that this be extended until the new share of responsibilities be finalised under revision. Even under option 2, we would still need to operate until October. This would allow the door to stay open for option 4, should the individual water schemes wish to pursue such a course. Option 2, transfer to council. If this were to happen, it would require Bob Newbury and others to be willing to cooperate and then be left jobless. We are not in favour of this option. Option 3, the mixed model. As the same people currently do both the maintenance of the reticulation and the pumping, this option would be very inefficient and require a lot of communication between 2 separate entities, and would be very difficult to retain experienced staff due to reduced workload. Option 4, which is the transfer of ownership. The concept has been recommended by the Rural Supplies Technical Working Group. We believe this option should be left open. The decision for each supply should be made by the consumers of each supply, not Corridor Water. Under the section you've got there of your agenda of changing rules, we've wanted to upgrade our supplies now for 2 years, and we got a investigation done and a budget. This would allow us to put SCADA and automated testing regimes in place. We are happy to get 3 quotes if needed to get the schemes upgraded as soon as possible. Now, section 69 of the Water Services Act talks about those operating water supplies needing suitable experience and qualifications. Our team is very experienced, with one of them being a registered plumber, and at present we have someone in our team with a diploma in drinking water treatment level 5, as you already know. As previously stated, we've approached Ericon to assist with any calculations required to meet environmental standards. When talking to TA, these have not been drawn up yet, and they have already, Ericon, that is, has already assisted the Tokaraki with the water, they've already assisted with the Tokaraki Water Safety Plan and Health and Safety. Water supply upgrades. As we have previously told Waitaki District Council, thanks to the work of Gary McLeod in 2015, we obtained extra water consents from the Otago Regional Council for both the Windsor and Cowra Hill schemes by acquiring the old Enfield scheme consent. So currently the Cowra scheme is pumping about 3 litres a second and has a consent to pump up to 6 litres a second. So there's plenty of spare capacity for growth. We do not have additional growth as described as we submitted in the long-term plan, as the growth assumptions are erroneous. Because the cost of potable water is rising, farmers are finding alternative sources of water. Our biggest threat is from irrigated farmers surrendering units. As an example, we've just had a farm at Otago surrender 20 units, or around 8% of our supply. So in other words, while we may have more houses in our district, there's potential for a dramatic drop in the amount of water that farmers are currently using. Rule changes. Now, this is not in your agenda, but as per the information supplied to us from Taumata Arawai, the reporting and testing changes don't occur until mid-November. So if you look on the very back of your handout, I have got this from Taumata Arawai, a sheet outlining when we can find out about the things that they want us to do in terms of the new standards and solutions and environmental performance measurements, and also when they come into effect. And you'll see that they basically come into effect in mid-November 2022. Right. So I also have to add that we are not perfect. In this case, we know we've dropped the ball, and for that, I humbly apologise. We jealously guard our consumers' money like the banking goblins from Harry Potter and are suspicious of any possible spending excesses. We probably look better than them. We've realised that the water team operate using a process, they use process to obtain an outcome. Because of our business mindset, we tend to identify what we want to achieve and then look for the most efficient way to get us there. So there's a difference in attitudes. And we now know that this attitude is not suitable with the change in requirements that have been asked of us by TA. We understand that. And as a result, we want to change the way that we operate to more closely align with council systems. We do the job because we believe in the benefits that a caretaker model offers over the contractor model. And we know that we are here only at the behest of our consumers whom we represent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bill and Gary and team. Does anyone else want to say anything further? Gary? Peter?
To the Mayor, fellow councillors, my name is Peter Stackhouse. My family have lived in the Para area for approximately 70 years. My father and grandfather were involved in putting Tagaraki Rural Water Scheme in the ground in 1963. I'm a director of Corridor Water Management. Corridor Water Management runs a very efficient business model, running 4 water schemes. We've employed our own employees to operate and maintain pumps and all pipe work. Also to manage water quality to national health standards and regularly checking restrictors, which is very important, the way rural water schemes are designed. All 4 schemes have surplus funds and have continually upgraded pipes, pumps and other infrastructure as needed. We have a superior business model than previously when they were run by a water services team from council. We have many examples of this. The most recent would be Enfield's problems, where it's obvious that there's excessive leaks in tanks with worn or no restrictors. We recently met with Taumata Arawai and they are in fact very happy with the arrangement between us. They focus on water quality and the amount of testing we do at the moment is sufficient. We do comply with drinking water standards. They did say that the rules are only draft at the moment and are continually filtering down from Wellington. To help us keep up with the latest regulations, Corridor Water will employ a part-time Irricon consultant. Taumata Arawai also said that rural water supplies would not be brought into national water drinking standards until July 25. When Corridor Water took over the running of our Otago water scheme, it was pumping 24 hours a day. Within 6 months, pumping hours reduced from 24 to 12. When we took back the maintenance of the Tagaraki water scheme in 1996, after a long period of council-run maintenance, we were pumping 23 hours a day. After a year, that was down to 13 hours. Tokaraki's bank account at that point was 70,000 overdrawn. We now have in excess of $1 million in the credit. We do predict future growth of population in the country areas, but we predict rural stock water demand will get less as the price of units continues to climb faster than the rate of inflation. In other words, farmers are going to source stock water elsewhere, e.g. irrigation. It is already happening. Therefore, our water consent takes will be adequate for many years. In conclusion, we are recommending to Council that Corridor Water continue to operate reticulation and pumping of the 4 schemes. We will liaise closely with Council Water Services team and Tamata Arawai on water quality standards and all new rules and regulations. We're happy to meet regularly and make sure we're all on the same page. Therefore, option 1 is preferred. Moving to option 4 with cooperation from Council and Water Services team. Corridor Water will deliver pristine water to its consumers 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at the most affordable price possible. History has told us that we do that best.
Thanks, Peter. Yeah, there's only one thing certain at the moment. There's a lot of uncertainty in the water space at our end. That with what you're doing, with the recommendations that have come from the the Rural Water Schemes Technical Group, and with what Tamata Arawai is doing as well. You've had a meeting with them. At the moment, there's only recommendations from the Rural Schemes Working Group around communities being able to take over schemes, and there's only about 100 schemes throughout New Zealand that actually fit the criteria to go back to communities. But do you know how many of the 4 schemes that you're operating that fit the criteria? Let's just put your microphone on, Bill. Thanks.
Windsor and
So Windsor and Carahill. Okay. Yeah.
Possibly Aomoko, and it depends on the number of houses used.
Yeah.
Because we do a survey versus the council numbers, and there's quite a bit of variation.
Yeah, I think it's consumers. So it might be people in the houses rather than just houses. But yeah, it's getting an understanding of that and what happens in that situation. Councillors, any questions that you want to ask the team? Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mayor Kircher. I suppose following on from this question, what we've been told is that basically it's only that only 2 of the schemes will be eligible to be exempted under the current thinking. Do you have any information to the contrary in regard to that?
All we've got is a copy of the report produced by Brian Cadogan and his team. So that's all we can go by. And so the government agency that he reports to hasn't come back with any firm details as far as I'm aware.
If I may, Mayor Kircher, just a couple of other questions. You've made the point, or you said that Tamata Arawai are happy with you. I guess, do you have that in writing? Have they sent you a letter saying we are satisfied with what you're doing? And I guess the other question about the rural schemes coming in on July 25, the same thing applies. You've told us that they've told you that that's the case. Do you have that in writing as well, please?
No, we had a meeting with them to help understand what they wanted from us and what their expectations were. Up until then, we'd had no contact with them. So all 8 directors were present to help, and it was to help us understand what their viewpoints were, and also for us to clear up some misunderstandings regarding, I say, the E. coli transgressions, and they could see that changes had been made and the reporting had changed to their requirements.
Did you have one last question?
Well, I suppose it's a comment as much as anything, but would you, perhaps I can phrase it as a question, would you agree that it would be helpful to us and to you if you had that assertion in writing?
Councillor Williams.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, so you've obviously got management of the scheme well in hand for now, and you've got the skill sets there to do it. I'm just wondering about succession planning. So how far ahead you've got your people being trained up or anything like that going on. I know it's a volunteer organisation and that's not easy to do, but I'm just wondering if you are thinking in that sort of term.
Well, each scheme has 2 representatives. So basically, each scheme is responsible for finding further people in terms of the directors for Corridor Water. And what we've done is we've got Bob Newbury, who's been running 3 of the schemes anyway. He's got someone that he has trained up to take over for him should he be sick or decide to retire, that understands basically as much as what he does. So we've made provisions for that. And when or should Bob retire, then someone else gets called in and so these are replacement policy as far as that goes.
Councillor Wallstein.
Yeah, thanks, Bill, for your report here. Just a couple of clarifications for me, if you wouldn't mind. You state that here you've changed some rules. We want to upgrade our supplies now for 2 years. So the question there is, why haven't you done it? And the second question, going back up to option 2, you talk about that transfer to council to happen, require Bob Newbury and others to be left jobless. Why do you assume that as well?
Right at the very start, when Corridor Water was looking to be created, one of the things that we were told by Neil Jorgensen was that basically the council were not going to employ them. So they would then have to, the only option was if the contractor, whoever the council had at the time, decided to employ them. So there was a lot of loyalty towards Bob and Bill Bewes, because we wanted to retain their skill sets and knowledge and experience. So we made the decision to employ them ourselves. That's why we did that. And as far as the upgrades, we got told originally that we had to wait till the water quality standards were finalised from central government. But also we understand there's a requirement in terms of auditing purposes to get not 1, but 3 quotes. Even if your prices are substantially less than what the council's budgeted, that's irrelevant. We understand that now.
Yeah, thanks, Bill.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go straight. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, Bryce. If you let's just put your microphone on there. Thank you. And away you go.
Yep. Look, I'm on the Carroll Rural Water Scheme, and look, we've run their scheme extremely smooth with our local knowledge. We know in the past how it has run with contractors and people like that. They end up digging holes in swamps and bits and pieces trying to find water pipes and things like this. We know where our pipes are. We know where everything is. Our team is very, very skilled at what they do. Now, the issue the water team with the council have with the water schemes is not about the water quality. It is about the water quality. They're telling us they want to put us on Oamaru water. We don't want to go on Oamaru water. We don't need to go on Oamaru water. Carroll River has some of the best in the country, if not in the world. The University of Otago have a site on the river which they do experiments on for little fish, little mussels, all that type of thing. And it's the cleanest water they can obtain in the South Island. So there's no question about the quality of water. The only time we have trouble with water is if we have a flood or a flush in the river, and we control that because we're right there. We're always right there. I actually live right beside the river, and we've got all the guys on the committee are really on the job. So there's no question that quality of water is better than you will ever pump back up the hill, because the water's already up the hill and it's not going to get contaminated because it's in the hills. We've got a really good water right, as Bill said, with 6 litres per second, and there's no problem about being oversupplied. So as far as that goes, in the future we'll have to upgrade our systems. There's going to be pipe upgrades and that sort of thing. But as we go now, we have been upgrading pipes and putting in bigger pipes as we go. The new standards with the scheme, faces with risk management of the quality water are very simply easily dealt with. We've been looking into upgrading, as Bill has just said, the filtration for a new filtration system for the future, which is your UV and all that type of thing to kill those wee bugs that could be in the water. And most of any water that's pumped from Carahill is that clean. You could drink it straight out. We drink it straight out of the river. There's no problem about that. So going forward, Carahill Rural Water Scheme are not in favour of even talking about on-route water ever going into our pipes. We're just not interested. And the community would really very protective of our river and our water scheme. We've been there, we've farmed there for over 50 years now, and we've never had any trouble with the water. And we will continue to do it, continue to look after it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bryce. Yeah, we're basically going to move on to the report next. What I would say is that, it very much is a moving feast at the moment. We don't know exactly where things are going to end up. And just note to councillors that next Thursday in Clutha, there's going to be a meeting. They're going to have Bill Bayfield, CE of Taumata Arawai there, and Hamiora Balkit, who's the heading up the National Transition Unit for the Three Waters. Now, there's an opportunity for us to be represented there, and if any of you were interested in going to that, and including staff, there's an opportunity to find out a little bit more straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak. But we'll move on to the item agenda 6.6. We'll go straight to that. So, gentlemen, you're welcome to stay here while we discuss this. You don't have any speaking rights, so just be mindful of that. But we'll work our way through that item. Councillors, we do have Deputy Mayor Tavendale's got a notice of motion, some changed wording and of what's going to be moved. So just make note of that. But without any further ado, I'll just go to Mr. Hope, and online we've got Marty Pacey and Michael Goldingham and Josh Rendell, who may want to speak to the report. So we're going to go to that first. But Councillor Hopkins, you.
Sorry, Mr. Look, I don't mean to be pedantic, but notices of motion should be circulated before a meeting. I'm not arguing with the fact that we have one, but I think we should know it. And if that can be made available to us sooner rather than later, it would be a good thing.
I've circulated via email.
Thanks. I'm not being bloody minded.
Yep, I appreciate that. Okay, who's going to lead this off? Mr. Hope?
Well, I think it's Mr. Pacey's got his hand raised.
No, that's just a cursor
Okay.
symbol, yeah.
I'll make some relatively brief comments and then pass over to Marty. It's the basis of the recommendation is really how council best address the risks that it faces in this space. All of the proposals put forward in the public forum this morning still really don't address that there is a significant residual risk to council under that proposal, and those risks aren't particularly well mitigated. Council is either in or out, and there's essentially no opportunity to get out at the moment, so those risks still exist, and that's not questioning. We talk about qualifications, expertise, but it's a simple fact. Under the legislation, council is responsible, and the risk sits with council, and in some cases with the chief executive and with elected members and their officers. So that was really the basis of the recommendation as to how best to mitigate those risks that council faces. And then more technical specs, I'll pass over to Mr. Pacey.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Mayor Kircher. I'll just run through some key points of the report. So Corridor Water Management Limited have managed the Aomako, Cowra Windsor and Tokorohi water supplies for the last 8 years. The memorandum of understanding expires in 3 days. This report considers 4 options for future management of the supplies. Officers recommend that option 2, where full management returns to the water services team, is adopted today. Past performance by Corridor Water Management Limited hasn't been considered in this report, although officers have had a number of concerns from day one, particularly regarding water treatment. This report is future focused, and we feel they simply can't meet the upcoming requirements. While option 1, being management by them with ongoing council input to satisfy Water Services Act requirements, is Corridor Water's preferred option, it is likely to fail as significant distrust of council staff exists. Continuing without input from council, even if council responsibilities were formally contracted to Corridor Water Management Limited, is not an option, as it does not meet the Water Services Act. Te Mata ROI have confirmed that in writing. The only way it could be achieved is if ownership was transferred to the community, but at this stage that is not possible for at least 2 of the supplies, and it's too early to know if current rules around this will be changed as part of the 3 Waters report. Happy to answer questions.
Okay, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Marty. Look, if I read your report correctly, Te Mata Aroi does not say what you just said it did. They say, and this is your report, the existing arrangement where the Waitaki District Council owns infrastructure, supply infrastructure, but has no direct involvement, et cetera, does not fit well with the responsibilities and obligations of a drinking water supplier. And it goes on to make the point that the drinking water supplier includes the owner and operator. Now, does not fit well indicates that it's less than adequate, but it isn't as absolute as saying it doesn't meet the requirements of the Water Services Act, I would suggest. Do you have a response?
Yeah, I do have a response. Te Mata ROI are still finding their feet, and they're reluctant to categorically say no to things. So this is them telling us without absolute definition, I suppose. Yeah, they've just said that this arrangement isn't going to be appropriate going forward. The current arrangement where the water services team has no involvement, as in the owners.
Yeah, I guess that reflects the current legislation as well, which requires us to maintain control. And the current situation is we don't have a lot of control. What the committee is trying to put forward, I think, is an option to give more control. But yeah, it's debate. Well, yeah, certainly a question as to whether that's going to be sufficient or not. Councillor Davendale.
Through the chair, Mr. Bass, just a couple of quick questions. The first one being, if the water upgrades were done on each of the schemes, do you think the ongoing reporting requirements that are, probably putting a fair bit of stress on these kind of small schemes will become less onerous?
Through the chair, the reporting requirements are ramping up. So what's been done in the past, or what hasn't been done in the past, is going to be even worse. The amount of information that's required is effectively going to require the duplication of all the systems and processes we have within the council here. So Corridor Water Management would have to have a dedicated team of compliance people, customer service people. It is you've invested in this water services team here to ensure that we are well versed to comply with the new standards. So you'd expect a similar thing would be required for Corridor Water.
Through the chair, would it be possible though that a fair bit of that would be more automated than it has been to date through upgrades?
Through the chair, the data collection would be more automated, but you still need to do all the other stuff around it. The current MOU requires the old level of monitoring and reporting to be undertaken, and that hasn't been undertaken by Corridor Water as far as I can tell. Certainly hasn't been supplied to council.
But there is an opportunity for us to be a lot clearer and I guess an understanding through tomorrow Atawai what the requirements would be for us to put in a, say, a management agreement or something like that would clearly outline roles, with an idea that if that wasn't workable, that we may have to relook at it. Is that viable?
Through the chair, that's what the subsequent MOUs was trying to achieve across the last 8 years, and it hasn't happened to date. I don't see it likely to happen going forward, to be honest.
I guess my comment would be a memorandum of understanding is quite different to a management agreement.
Yes, through the chair, I suppose, as I noted in my first comments, if it was formally contracted to Karadale Water Management Limited, yeah, I still don't think it'll meet the requirements of the Water Services Act.
Just through the chair, but at this stage we're preempting that and we don't know what the requirements are. Is that correct?
Through the chair, the requirements of the Water Services Act are an act, so it's law. If you're talking about the standards themselves, then there is still some. I might ask Mike Goldingham to comment on that. You there, Mike?
Just unmuting myself, sorry team. Yeah, through the chair, the standards have been in draft exposure for the last 9 months. So although they've gone through submissions in the last few months, there's very little change, and in the Water Services team, as Marty suggests, we've been investing in getting ready for those new standards coming in. They were earmarked to come in 1st July. We haven't heard when they're coming in, and we haven't heard from what the actual changes from the submissions are, but we have known about the sort of types of requirements for some time now. There's likely to be little change on the draft standards that have been here for some time.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the questions come in on particularly a couple of schemes that might be eligible to be returned to the community, and the different standards that are going to be there, recognising a lot of water is used for stock and not for people. The ability to have more point of use treatment rather than a centralised treatment plant. Probably do have a question for whoever wants to answer it, around, you know, the idea of the new entities and so on. Are they going to be better placed to look at how schemes work together and how they can be rationalised and sometimes amalgamated, or just how they're managed overall, and whether there's any, you know, are we running the risk of actually dealing with these in isolation, these schemes, and not looking at those opportunities, not looking at the ability to actually end up with a better result, versus you know, what you're asking for is, which is actually, you know, something we do stand for, which is, you know, getting the decision making as close to the ground as possible. So I don't know, Marty, whether you want to make a comment on that, or whether perhaps Bill, on behalf of your team, whether you've got any comments on that. Marty, go for it.
Yeah, I think the whole approach to how we undertake our water treatment upgrades does allow for that. The idea of amalgamating or combining or supplementing water supplies is always explored. I would expect the new water entity to do exactly the same. Water is a precious resource, needs to be treated to a certain standard. The entity will behave similarly to how we do in the water services team. Can't see them do anything different.
Okay. Bill, do you have a comment?
As far as efficiencies goes, even though Cara Hill do all the work themselves, they have no caretaker in terms of an outside employee. They work closely with us, and often Bob Newbury and Kevin go down there to assist them with any issues that they have. Okay, so we've already got that there. And also we can get the efficiencies of upgrading all 4 schemes simultaneously, which is what we originally had hoped to do, and that marshals were quite keen on doing. So there's efficiencies there. Even if some schemes are returned back to the consumers, if that's what they choose, those schemes would still probably work in with the other schemes in terms of either the caretakers or just the existing links that we've had. Because what we've found is we have skill sets from individual people that we've been able to merge together for a combined result.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Marty, if I may ask you a question, it seems to me that the critical problem for us is captured in the second paragraph of the letter you quote from Taumata Arawai, which says that drinking water supplier includes the owner and the operator, and that both are equally responsible in their duty to supply safe drinking water and to respond to incidents. So we're equally responsible, but in your view, we have less ability to actually exercise that responsibility or ensure that it is upheld. Would a management contract, such as has been mentioned by the Deputy Mayor, overcome that to any or an absolute extent?
Through the chair, past experience, I did comment around the distrust of council staff. We don't get responses to queries when we're asking for information. We have zero influence over them as it currently exists. We have zero budget to do any work with them. I literally can't see it working at all.
Okay, thank you. Going to go to the Deputy Mayor now with her notice of motion. So, councillors, you've been emailed that. If you want to be reading it, look at your emails and you'll see it there.
Okay, so my recommendation is that Council 1 supports in principle the recommendations of the Rural Supplies Technical Working Group to transfer smaller rural water supplies into community ownership and management where practicable and where supported by scheme users, acknowledging that the government hasn't announced which of the recommendations they will adopt. Number 2, decides to enter into a shared management of the Awamoko, Karahill, Tokarahi and Windsor drinking water supplies with Corridor Water Management Limited, option 3, with a view to upgrading the schemes and developing a plan for community ownership and management of these schemes, should this be possible and supported by scheme users. And number 3, requires officers to develop a new agreement and a 3-month management transition plan in collaboration with Corridor Water Management Limited to ensure new arrangements are in place by 1st of October 2022. And number 4, thanks Corridor Water Management Limited representatives and company directors for their management of the water supply since 2014 and prior to that, and looks forward to a new partnership the Council and Corridor Water Management Limited will develop together.
So I'm happy to second that.
Thank you. And if I may speak to that. So my view is that we've got a whole lot of bodies of work happening at the moment. And one of our biggest bodies of work outside of the Three Waters discussions and things is Future for Local Government. And that talks about us working in partnerships. And for some reason, we still come back right now to the fact that we're actually taking things away before it's even having to happen. I think we're preempting the setup, and I recognise that there's some risks in this. And I think I also hear our staff when they say that, you know, the relationship needs some work. I think we need to have some pretty clear boundaries around this. There needs to be work on that relationship on both ways. And there needs to be milestones. And if they're not met, there needs to be implications for that. But in saying that, I also think we need to lead by example as a council. And it's not just, you know, the fluffy stuff that people love to talk about with Future for Local Government and partnerships. It's actually everything we do. And I think we can do it better. We should be supporting each other. We should be able to support the scheme. But I also think the scheme, and I heartened to read in your acknowledgement that, they may have to be working a little bit differently, things like 3 quotes and doing things a certain way, because quite frankly, it's public money and it needs to be looked after, and we need to be transparent and it needs to be easy to be explained. I know there will be some stress with that, Mr. Pacey and team, because I know that you don't currently have the budgets, and we're going to have to acknowledge that, and we're going to have to work on how we process this working forward. But I still believe, when I come back to it, the recommendations that we originally had in front of us from staff, for me, didn't sit well with everything else that we're working on. I think a consistent approach to working with our community is important. And I think when we go back to water schemes and we talk about the issues our communities may have with 3 waters moving forward, it's because it matters so much. And it's because, especially in our farming community and our rural supplies, these people have done this job for so many years and it's in their hearts. And if we can do something to actually support that, I think we should. I haven't got rose-tinted glasses on. I do know that this is going to take a lot of work on both parts, but I am confident we can do it. And, like I said, a memorandum of understanding is potentially not strong enough for what we need right now. And we need to be very clear on what expectations are. And I'd love to see that moving forward.
Just speaking to it myself, wanted to find a solution to the situation. It's definitely, this is, as I mentioned before, this is about putting sort of decision making at a very local level. And what the team is saying is that they've also got the capability to do that, because it is quite technical, but you do have some technical expertise around your table. So that gives some faith. I think it is very much a case of making sure that everything is done is required to be done, so that we're properly mapping what's happening where and what's going in the ground when you're replacing pipe and all those technical aspects of it. But yeah, I certainly would like to think that actually, if we do this well, your committee will be adding capacity to our team to get on and do a whole lot of work that we're wanting to achieve over the next few years. We are mindful of, that there are uncertainties around what the government's going to adopt from the rural schemes recommendations, and it remains to be seen as to exactly what comes out of that. There's other legislation that's going through the Water Services Entity Bill, etc. So there's some aspects of that. I think whatever arrangement we do make is going to have to also recognise that if things change and basically we can't continue the way we are, then we just have to sit down and sort out how do we transition to something else. But we're putting a lot of faith in your committee and our team to get on and do this as best as possible. So I'll now hand over to Councillor Kingan to make some comments.
Yeah, look, when the agenda came out last week and then Bill's letter came out about the same time, I could see we're on a collision course, and it's really unfortunate and that's why I support this thing, that it's going to buy us a little bit of time to sort a few things out. I mean, you guys are going to have to change your thinking, and I mean, sorting all this at the last minute seems unbelievable to me. We've had 2 months to work our way through this, and we could have been today sorting out something that was going to work for us all. Here we were last night trying to sort out something for today. It's not going to work in the future if it's not working now. But my concern is that we've got to really look forward into the future, not just the short-term future, but the long-term future. And it could mean that some of you have got to swallow a bit of your pride, and some of the things are going to change. Maybe Cara Hill's going to have to change a little bit. That it may be that the best options, when they're all looked at, are something a little bit different. So, I mean, we don't want to drop you guys. And as far as Councillor Percival and I are concerned, we're actually a little bit disappointed because we haven't been included in any of your discussions, and we could have perhaps been of some help. But that's my point. I can understand where our water team's coming from. They haven't felt that well loved, and I can fully understand the reasoning for it. So maybe this will buy a bit of time. I'm not quite sure that community ownership is the total answer, but it's something that should be considered. But I don't honestly see it as the total answer. I can really see all the water in across the district being paid for on a similar sort of a basis and all on a level playing field. I can see advantages in that because there's numbers. But there's a whole lot of things in front of us that we don't really know how they're going to pan out, and this really is one of them.
Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, we had a Zoom meeting about this yesterday, about the discussion today. And I made the point in that your mayoral report, which is part of the public meeting today, indicates that we're asking the government to exempt rural schemes from the new water legislation. And if we're asking central government to do that, we should in principle take the same position ourselves. And I totally support the idea of devolving authority and control to the lowest level, not lowest in terms of competence, but where the rubber hits the road, where the actual decisions and activities are to be undertaken. I would just flag that I think it takes two to tango, and it takes two to fail to tango. And in addition to saying you need to change your thinking, I think we need to change our thinking. It saddens me, and I'm sorry to say this, but it does sadden me to hear Marty say, I don't think a management contract would work. There's not a chance. And I think we need, and I would suggest to the chief executive that we possibly need a facilitator here to kind of rebuild a relationship between the water team and Corriedale Water. We really do need somebody, a mediator or arbitrator. If this is going to work, relationships are going to be a key part of it. And I really genuinely think we've got to kind of unbundle a number of attitudes, wounds, grievances, frustrations, and mutually accept that a different attitude will be required to get a different result going forward. So I hope this satisfies the Corriedale team. I hope it satisfies our team to the extent that each of them are going to be a bit disappointed, but not as disappointed as they would have been if it had been an absolute decision one way or the other. And I endorse Councillor Kingan's comment that it gives everyone a chance to take some time to sort out a more viable long-term solution.
What I didn't start this meeting with was comments on how big the agenda is and the need to stick to some form of time. And time is technically up on this particular item, but obviously it's very important and something that we feel a lot about. I do have a number of hands up, and I'm going to invoke standing orders. We've had at least 3 speakers, I think, in favour. One, I'm not sure where he was at. So I'm going to ask, is there anyone that wants to speak against the motion? Councillor Williams, you're looking perplexed about which.
I'm not against, but I just can see to look after both sides here, potentially we put in place a time period. There's no, if it's feasible, that we relook at this or whatever needs to naturally happen, because obviously if we set something up today without a time to relook at it, it's just going to carry on potentially the way it is without us checking in. So that's the one thing I'd like to bring into potentially the Deputy Mayor's recommendation.
Just to respond, I guess in number 2 there, we've got talking about developing a plan and management of schemes. And we also talk about ensuring new arrangements are in place by 1st October. So I do see that as a avenue back to council and to continue discussions.
Councillor Halalele.
Just quickly, I just wanted to support Councillor Kingan's comments. You can take that as a telling off from your own ward councillor. I think essentially today's preferred decision is around protection. It's around protecting your community, and council has to take that risk on. So it is about the accountability as well. But I'm also supportive of communities self-determining their own preferences and what is needed for them, but you also need to realize that you need that backup support and that you need to come to a middle ground as well. So I think some of the comments here are really important in terms of moving forward, but you need to kind of try and work with our council and our staff as well. So those are just my comments. We do need to take on that risk, and you are taking on that shared responsibility as well. Thank you.
Okay, and councillors, I'm going to put the motion. Is everyone clear on what the motion is? Okay, I'm going to put it. Those in favour, say aye. Aye. Those against, that's carried. So we look forward to working closely with you, and I think you've invited to your meetings someone from our water team to attend each meeting. I think be quite handy for the likes of Councillor Percival, Councillor Kingan to pop along when possible as well, and just do whatever they can to make sure that our interests and the interests of consumers are being looked after, and we know you have them at heart, and that's why you're putting in a lot of effort for them, and we thank you very much for that. And it's just making sure we also look after that other end of things, which is the regulations and so on, which unfortunately are also there, but are there to protect people. But thank you very much for coming along today, and we'll look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you. Okay, councillors, now move to item 6.4. Have we got Matt Alley? I thought you were zooming in, but he's in person, is he? Okay. Right, so we're going to see the real live Matthew Alley from Emergency Management in Otago. Welcome, Matthew. If you just take a seat over here, and welcome Ewan. Okay, so basically we're looking at what are we looking at? Civil Defence Emergency Management Partnership Agreement. So just going to hand straight over to you, Matthew, and you can speak to the agenda item.
I'll figure out your
That's it.
EV system. I think I've got it sorted.
You got it
Yeah,
sorted?
kia ora tātou. My name's Matt Alley. I'm the Group Manager for Emergency Management Otago. Just to state that you are sort of stop 4 on a bit of a roadshow we're doing at the moment, formalising partnership arrangements for CDM. To date, both we're including CODC, CDC and the ORC have signed up in support of this arrangement. So I realise that you have a full agenda today, so happy to treat this paper as read and take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Tavendale and then Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you for this, and I really support what you were trying to achieve here. I think it makes it nice and clear. The only question I had, and maybe it's more for our team, is around the Emergency Operations Centre and the requirement for it to be fit for purpose. Do you think we have some stretch needed there or some change to make it fit for purpose, or do you think it is currently fit for purpose?
Mr. Cook, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you. Through the chair, we have a EOC. It is a shared facility, like everything or many things. It was developed with the best intention. We, as your councillors are aware, we have the opportunity to explore an alternative facility, and yes, the facility, whilst if there was an emergency to this afternoon, would be adequate. We should not lose sight of the opportunity to upgrade and be able to achieve better outcomes through a better facility.
So Matt, do you want to just run through how the funding works for the operations of Civil Defence and Emergency Management in Otago?
Sure. So we fund what we call group activity through a targeted rate. It is a uniform targeted rate for the entire region that is raised and administered by the regional council. That activity covers everything that we would call group activity, which is essentially anything that we want a regionally consistent approach to. So that is employment of staff and the resources they need, computers, IT solutions, vehicles. That is a regional radio network that we pay for and support, that CRS Communications deliver for us. It is IT solutions around we call common operating picture or situational awareness, D4H program we use. communications around world text and how we actually contact people when we need them to come in and staff these centres. We have a Gets Ready solution that is there for community resilience as well, plus a whole range of activities supporting lifeline utilities, them coming together, community resilience activities, partnership work with the Natural Hazards Unit through various groups, schools, etc. So it's a wide-ranging activity where we want regional consistency. Areas that we'd understand to be owned by local councils would be anything to do with your structures. So your operations centre, anything that you want to cover in terms of anything. If you consider the mode that we operate under, it's called coordinated incident management. We operate at a coordination level as a region, an operation level within council, and beneath that we have incident control and community structures, being incident control points, things like that, local community halls. So your responsibility would lie with all of those structures beneath your operations centre within council and beneath that.
Thank you. I think it's just helpful for people to understand that difference. Second question from.
Yeah, sorry, just one more question for our team as well, just around the appropriate representatives. I just wonder whether we have enough trained warned bodies at the moment, or where our levels are there. And just, I guess, to expand on that, with it being a proposed agreement, is there any risks if we can't meet any of these levels that are being required of us?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll respond first, but I may ask you and Graham to make a comment, as he does keep the records. We're continually training people from within council and out of council to meet the various roles within the EOC. As you get staff turnover and community turnover, people move on. We need to be mindful that that's a continual training cycle. We do currently have reasonable numbers, but we mustn't lose focus on that. Unfortunately, with the last 2 years of COVID-19, training has had some limitations. The ability to undertake exercises has had some limitations, but we are back on track. There's a program in the making for continual training, and as new staff members come on, part of their induction program is around civil defence and their roles within civil defence. We're also seeing, and we have to sort of be agile enough to respond to, where we're getting increasingly number of employees working from home, and their ability then to respond to EOC activations if they are out of home, or increasingly trend if they're actually out of district. But with the modern connectivity and technology, we feel we've got those options covered.
Okay. Ewan, would you like to comment on the?
Yeah, the only thing I'd probably add to what Mr. Cook's spoken to is just our ability to work with stronger Waitaki in building that community resilience. It's a good platform to leverage off from an emergency management perspective, to keep in touch with our local community. So that's been a big piece of work, and I regularly work with Helen in regards to that.
Yeah, thank you.
Look, if I may, through the chair, just in relation to those levels. So we maintain a regional database around trained staff. At the moment, you're sitting, I think, pretty much on a par with most other councils. But again, it's something that we maintain an eye over, and we report on quarterly to the two committees that I report to. First one being a coordinating executive group, to which your chief executive is a member, and the second one being the joint committee, to which your mayor is a member of that. So we do report on that quarterly.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mayor Kircher. Yeah, look, I guess my apprehension about this relates to the finances, clause 7. There's just 2 bullet points. One, the group CDM service delivery is through a regional targeted rate, and then TA CDM service delivery, respective territorial authority budgets. But when I look at the schedule attached to this agreement, it says that we are supposed to fund public education, fund hazard research, have a public information manager. Are these new budget items? Are these additional costs that are going to arise for us as a consequence of signing this agreement?
No, look, in short and through the chair, these are a continuation of existing arrangements. These arrangements have existed now for 6 years. And all we're doing is formalising what currently exists.
So the public information manager, for example, is during an emergency situation or when the EOC is activated, that is basically one of our comms people. Deputy Mayor.
I'm just happy to move the recommendations as they stand.
Okay, Councillor Thompson seconding that. Thank you. Okay, any discussion? Nothing? Okay, we'll put it. Those in favour of the motion say aye. Those against, that's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Matthew and Ewan. Thanks for the good work that you're doing. Matthew, we'll see you on Thursday in Dunedin at the CDM meeting, so the Joint Committee meeting. So look forward to that.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay, councillors, we're just slightly ahead of time, but I think we'll probably take our morning tea break now, and we'll be back at 20 past. Sorry, double check on that. 10:35. Yeah. So just about half an hour. We've got a number of new staff to meet as part of the morning tea break, so that's why we're going to be so long. Thank you. Dirk Lackman. Okay, good morning again and welcome back. We're going to go to item number 6.5, which is the Observatory Retirement Village revised financing arrangements. We have Peter Robinson and Katrina here to talk to us about that. So I'm going to give you a few minutes first, and then there'll be any questions, and then we'll get into the agenda item itself. So without any further ado, Peter, hand over to you.
Thanks, Gary. I'm the chairman of the observatory, and I've got Katrina here as the financial officer for any of those tricky financial questions that we may have. For those that don't know, I guess most of you will, that we've combined a loan, an existing loan of $11 million with a $4.6 million loan that the council paid out the Waitaki Health Services Trust back in February. Up until that point, it was an interest-free advance to observatory. We weren't paying any interest on it, but nor were the Waitaki Health Services getting any income off it. So the decision was made by council to buy that loan out in February, hold on to it until now, and then combine it with the $11 million loan and making it a $15.4 million loan. And at the same time, we've took the opportunity to request council to lengthen the period so that we can bring forward development for stage 2 villas, including a new apartment block and a new community centre, some $4 to $6 million there, as well as the infrastructure. So we needed that working capital rather than pay you guys back. You all agreed, and thank you for that. At the time we started discussing the interest rates, we were paying 2.8. Our expectation was that we'd have a reduction on that, given that at the time the LGFA was around 1% plus the margin. So we were looking at sub 2%, and that was looking pretty good for us. Just a couple of weeks ago, on the 10th of June, we were told that those interest rates are going to be more like 5%. Which has a total cost to us of $3.2 million extra. So it's quite significant. Now within those interest rates that we've been asked to pay by the council, it includes a 0.5% margin. Now that's a margin on top of your cost, which is a difficult one to actually factor what is the cost. Some of it can be LGFA and some of it can be your own funds. However, that aside, we haven't had much time, but we have been to a local bank, and we can save probably between 0.3 and 0.5% by going to a commercial bank without too much effort in terms of negotiation. We don't have time. We've got to have this loan up and running by the end of this month, which is fast approaching. So what I'm here today asking is that the council reconsider at least the margin from 0.5 to 0.25. That would, over the total loan, would save us $300,000, which is a significant amount of money. It's still going to cost us an awful lot more in the interest than we'd hope to be paying, but that's beyond both your and our control. So I think I'll leave it at that. I don't think there's anything else to add at this stage, but happy to answer any questions or clarifications on it.
Thank you very much, Peter. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Wallstein.
Oscar. Yeah, thanks, Peter and Katrina. Just a question to our staff. Going through the proposed agreement, paragraph 5, number 2. Paragraph 5 talks about interest, review of interest. 5.2 shall be the applicable base rate plus the margin. And I read the different definition of the base rate. But as Peter pointed out, what you said, the money which council is lending could come from a source of different places. Could come from LGFA borrowing, and council has money borrowed from some time ago, which is still at the lower rates. And it could be from our depreciation funds. So there's a whole mix of different rates in the background that could be used to actually calculate or to establish a base rate. So that's the first thing before you actually put on your margin. So can perhaps, Paul, can you perhaps explain how council would, because of the loan, there's about 11.5 million it's been lent, it's already there. So it's been borrowed previously, funded previously. What's the base rate on that loan as compared to the base rate on the new 4.6?
Yeah, through me. For simplicity's sake, we've basically gone and looked at funding the whole thing from the margin, the rates that are available to us at the present point in time. Yeah, really for transparency and clarity purposes. I mean, when we initially went out and joined the LGFA and put a lot of the arrangements in place, we were expecting to have significantly less borrowing because we're going to get repayments from a number of sources. Instead, our debt requirement has grown. So I think those historic rates are increasingly less relevant, and they also drive the returns that we get on our internal reserves, so the depreciation funds and everything else. So essentially, we're just trying to tie it to a market rate that is transparent. Yeah, it's to make sure that essentially council is no worse off in any of the lending that we make to third-party organisations. That's why under previous, it was less clear under previous agreements, but under this one, I think it is very transparent about how we're establishing that rate, including, so we can use a quoted LGFA rate. And then there are also, costs that council incurs in being a member of LGFA and other costs. So that's why it's a rate plus a cost plus a margin in this agreement. And that would be our intent of any new arrangements going forward. So, and in terms of the margin, that's really just it is not a risk-free investment. And so, previous council decisions, particularly around this one, was setting a pretty low margin. So there is at least some coverage of, there is at least some positive return to council, even if it's quite a minimal rate, and some coverage of risk.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? This is particularly for Katrina and Peter at the moment. Yep, Councillor Hopkins.
Well, one for Katrina and Peter and one for Paul. Perhaps, Paul, you first. what I'm trying to work out is, I'm a sort of an anxious ratepayer. You've seen the story about KDIC and so forth, and all of a sudden we're.
Can we leave the questions to Paul to after, because
Oh, okay.
I want him to introduce the report.
All right, that's okay. Okay, I'll have, in that case, just on page 143 of our report, Peter and Katrina, there's a reference to us saying that other matters that are raised, council may wish to ask OV to establish a formal distribution policy and plan and remind them of council's decision to get funding to WDHS as soon as practicable. The intent of this policy would be to create greater transparency around the process, criteria and amount of distributions. Are you willing and able to establish a formal distribution policy?
That is something that's been raised recently. Previously, we haven't had the funds available for distribution, but that is something that will be coming arising. So that is something that the trust is currently looking at, and they haven't formalised it, but when they do, they can provide it to you.
But it could be packaged or parcelled in a way with this new loan. Is that a conceptual possibility?
Potentially it could be. We have allowed in our forecast cash flows for some distributions to happen, but where that goes to, that is something that the trust needs to formalise.
The loan agreement states that the council won't allow us to do any distributions without their approval anyway. So we can't actually have one in place without council approval as and when they occur.
Right.
I think it's really a question of whether we make it a requirement, and I think just even the undertaking that it's going to happen should be fine. Okay, any other questions? Okay, we'll go to Mr. Hope now and ask Paul to introduce the report and then take any questions from there.
Really just to complement some of the things that and re-emphasise some of the things Mr. Robinson raised. Council has had a council and observatory village, and it's three forms, being the trust, life care, and care limited. I think it's had a long and very productive sort of mutually beneficial relationship, and I think we all understand, and the community understands the benefits that the development has provided to the wider community. But this is really just getting down to, based on the past, really just revising the loan agreement to reflect the current business, current environment that we're in. So, there's a number of changes, but I think they're all sort of pretty mutually agreed and mutually beneficial. Council does not need the funds back now that we are a member of the LGFA and have good access to long-term financing, which is a bit of a change from when the matter was first considered. So I think extending out the repayment dates isn't a major issue for council. We also took the opportunity to clean up the agreement and take out some historic clauses that really related to the initial development only, including such matters as the Network Waitaki security arrangement, but that debt has now been fully discharged, so that can be removed. And it really just gets down to the cost, the cost that council is prepared to provide the funds at. Even there's provisions in there if the company decides that it is actually more beneficial to go out purely commercial lending arrangements, then I think that could be something that was accommodated at a later date. The idea of coming to council and providing funds at the starting point was because it was an untested development, and the pace of funding requirement was unknown. So council was a I think a very good funding option at that stage. But now it's a very established business that changes, and again, if the company decides that it's better for their long-term prospects to go to another lender, then I think that'd be another just a matter that could be accommodated in this agreement. The debt gets repaid and something else is in place. But at the moment, we are just trying to get this one in place so we can move forward. And really probably the key decision item is around what level of return and risk council wants to accept. So thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins, you had a question?
Yeah, look, I suppose my question, putting myself in the position of a anxious ratepayer who's looked at KDIC and all the rest of it, and so here we are being asked to drop a margin of 50, which is 50 points, which is a protection, if you like, and an insurance for ratepayers to 25. Does that mean we're only going to get a margin of 25 on all the money we lend? Because I mean, Colin was making the point before that the money, even if it comes from one source, it will have come at different times and presumably at different interest rates to us. So, I mean, to the extent that there is a benefit to ratepayers, will it just be the reduced margin, or will it be more than that?
So the margin we're talking about only applies to this arrangement. All the other arrangements have different margins embedded in them. So it would be, yes, a reduction in the net return to council on the amount that we are lending to Observatory Village.
So just to clarify that, and then through you, Mr. Chair, are you proposing that we go to LGFA and borrow the total amount for this loan and then charge a 25% margin on that?
So we don't go to LGFA for any specific loan. We just go to them to balance out our cash flow requirements. So that there is no direct relationship between where we draw the funds and how we lend it out. It just goes into a pool and we top up that pool with LGFA funding as we need to.
Sorry, look, I may well be thick, but if you thank you, Lisa, I just smiled in agreement.
Those in favour?
I'm just trying to look. Okay, so we don't go to LGFA and say we want the money for it, but are we going to borrow an additional 15 million from the LGFA as a consequence of this request?
No. I mean, with essentially there's no change in the net amount we are currently borrowing, as currently lending to Observatory Village. It's merely a change in the terms and conditions and the repayment period. So we are, fully funded at the moment. So this amount is fully funded from a variety of sources. We are not needing to go to the LGFA to get additional fundings to meet what is proposed in this report.
So I guess where Councillor Hopkins, I think, is coming from, because he's not thick, is we've already got those debts with LGFA, and we're going to have to renew them at some stage, but for the time being we've got them at whatever terms we've got them at. And is this a case of putting in place a mechanism to make sure that as those interest rates go up that we can increase the rate that we are getting back from the retirement village? It's just a matter of timing, between existing loan debt that we have with LGFA versus what we're going to have to take out to renew that debt.
Yeah, I mean, the purpose of this was to make sure that there wasn't a mismatch that council ended up being at the wrong side of, because yes, any debt we need to go out and refinance will be at significantly greater cost than our initial borrowing. So this was seen as the simplest way to do that, because to try and provide some rate certainty to Observatory Village. So that's one of the minor changes was talking about moving it away from sort of either fixing it, really going from 12 months to 12 months to give a bit more certainty about rates. But to do that, we need to pick some rates to go back from, to base them on the interest review date, which is the 31st of May of each year. Otherwise, council is at risk of, I suppose, being substantially out of pocket if there are further interest rate movements over the next 1 to 3 year period.
Councillor Wallstein.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. A bit like Jim, I'm just trying to understand it fully. I'm very conscious of council needs to protect its interests, but we need to try and try and assist OV Group as well on their development proposals. Appendix F, Paul, it shows their fixed interest periods 1, 2, 3 years and fixed rates applying as from the 1st of July 22. So does that, is the total loan 15.4 million, is that being broken down into different time periods for, like, it's not just one loan for the whole period? And has there been any calculation done as to what interest councils is receiving at the present time, knowing of course the 4.6 is not getting no interest, and what would be charged under this new arrangement? I was wondering what the difference in income is to council, because it could well be quite significant. And I'm just wondering whether that's the intent.
No, we haven't tried to go back and come up with a blended interest rate. We've instead tried to tie it to the market. We basically came upon that position as the best way to protect council's interest going forward. So, but one of the variations in this agreement is that, rather than moving from fixing the interest rate annually, was to give Observatory Village the option of selecting some different rates and different periods for those rates. And then we're basing those, well, because we're offering that, then we would need to fix them at a market, taking them off at a market measure for those different costs. So we can essentially put our arrangements in place as we'll be refinancing all reasonably significant amounts over the next 12 months at these higher costs to ourselves.
Councillor Williams.
Yeah, I'm just going back to, even initially you said our ultimate aim is to be no worse off. And ultimately the Observatory Village exists for the benefit of our entire community. And any excessive expense that we pass on to them, of course, has to be passed on elsewhere. The Observatory Village is already out of reach for many retired people in our district price-wise, and so I'm conscientious of driving up prices further. So in your opinion, is there any room to move at all with what we've got presented in front of us to make it more palatable for the Observatory Village Trust?
The simplest way is to, as Observatory Village has requested, is to reduce the margin, because the rest is pretty much trying to, as I said, make sure council is no worse off. And the only better off piece we get is the margin.
Yeah, I think the concern, I think, is that we've got our various loans from LGFA at different interest rates. We've got some of it is still at the around 1%. And I guess passing on the benefit of that rather than just going to the higher level straight off from the 1st of July, but actually recognising the real shift in interest rates over time. Equally, we don't want to, give real beneficial rates to that, but then the borrowing that we have for our work pay high interest rates. So it's a matter of making sure that we're not putting ratepayers worse off from that sense. So I think it's, if we're supporting this move, that we set the interest rates at a level which reflect what the borrowing is for those particular loans, and try and make sure that we're not getting more than we need to cover the cost plus some risk, but equally that we are making sure that those things are covered.
Yeah, I fully understand the question. The problem we have is that we have advanced funds to other entities based on those lower rates. So essentially we've already passed on the benefit of those lower rates to other entities. And so we can't go back and revisit those rates because the some of the agreements are for one in particular was for a 3-year period. So essentially we booked in that benefit for that organisation and for council, essentially based on the understanding that we wouldn't have the borrowing that we need. We would be getting some of these funds back. So this in my it's in my view and based on the analysis, this is the best way to make sure council is no worse off. I understand yes, we did have some cheaper money, but we've actually utilised that to lend it to someone else, so that benefit is gone and are not really available when you're making this decision, unless you want to. We can expose ourselves to potentially a loss going forward.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Hopkins.
Very quickly, just what's your attitude to the 50,000 establishment fee? I notice it's in our report. You haven't commented on that. Do you have a comment? No, I'm talking. That's the people.
That $50,000 is fundamentally the interest of, I think, 2.8% on the 4.6 million that you guys paid out to the trust. So we've picked up the tab for that between February and now. So there was a comment earlier saying that it was interest free. Well, it wasn't. You actually got 2.8% on that. And we, at the time in February when that happened, we expected to pay less than 2.8 right now, because I've seen all the numbers too about the LGFA and take on board what Paul said. But there's no doubt for the next 12 months, the council's going to be in a major win on charging us the sort of rates that you're charging. But I can understand why he wants to do that as well, getting on a commercial footing. And so that's why I didn't come and ask for a reduction in the interest rate. I asked for a reduction in the margin as a lesser benefit to us, but maybe a more palatable one for the council.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Holding.
Just quick, what purpose is the community centre to serve? Is it just because of the growth, so you want more visiting and space for relationship?
The community centre. So with the stage 2, with 50 odd villas, apartments over there, there's not the capacity of the existing community centre. So it's going to be primarily for those people. There'll be some, maybe up to 80 or 100 people living over there. So that'll be their clubhouse. But there won't be outside. It won't be open to outside organisations so much as there'll be probably people coming in to do gym classes, those sorts of things, crafts and things like that. But yeah, it's really a community centre for that small community.
Councillor Wallstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Kircher. I'd probably like to make a change to the recommendations. I just think that, to a degree, what of the loans, the first 8.5 million, sorry, 8 million, and the second 3.5 million have been funded from prior sources of money at a much lower rate. So therefore, to a degree, council is receiving a very good return on that money by putting it up to today's rates. And I can understand Paul's reticence to change that, to go back to what rates that money cost, because we're looking at what it costs to replace it. So I'd like to move a resolution in here somewhere that the margin being charged. Well, the D is an option for council to review the margin on the debt at a later date. So that needs to be. I'd like to move something along the lines that the present margin be set at 0.25%, with the review with that margin to be able to be reviewed if appropriate. Because I think in terms of, and just to speak to that, I think the council is doing very, very well on the interest being received on the actual money advanced. So giving away something on the margin, to me, is I think council is still well and truly on the winning side.
If Councillor Wallstein is moving that D be amended to read that the margin be currently set at 25, with an option for council to review it, review the margin on the debt at a later date.
Okay, you're moving that.
Thanks, Mayor Curtin. Yes, I'm happy to move the recommendations in total with that amendment to option D, to recommendation 1D.
And Councillor Hopkins, you second. Okay, so moved and seconded. Mr. Hope.
Can you please specify the date that you'd like it to be reviewed? So that, you know, whether it's in 12 months' time or 24 months' time or 36 months' time, but you really need a review date. Otherwise, it's just too open-ended, I think, for both parties.
Well, I think it makes sense to review it annually in keeping with the annual plan.
Yeah, I agree.
If you're happy with that, mover and seconder.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Right, any further discussion? Councillor Hopkins.
A very brief comment. There's just one grammatical error in the agreement itself on page 163 that I think has potential legal implications. So I'll pass that on to Paul and he can communicate with the trust, because I do think I'll raise it because I think it has possible legal implications.
Okay, I just make one comment. I'm not going to be voting on this because I am a trustee on the Retirement Village Trust, but I make one comment, and that is there's misunderstanding sometimes around how well the retirement village is going, and you know this is just adjusting rates for what is happening, and the retirement village is absolutely a success story. A lot of the angst and so on is around cash flow and actually trying to keep up with the pace of building and so on that's needed. So, you know, the wait lists are long. Katrina deals with those people and manages the people who are on the wait list, and it's not an enviable task because people are wanting to move in yesterday, but there might not be something available for a couple of 3 years down the track. So, you know, it is working out well, and the original purpose of getting funding through to improve health services in the Waitaki district is it's been happening, and you know, having a policy which sets out how that funding is distributed in the future is going to be helpful to the community to understand what's coming and when. Deputy Mayor Tamdale.
I'm happy to support this, just recognising for myself, and I think probably many councillors, that the original intention behind us funding the Observatory Village was very much around future-proofing of our healthcare services, and they are currently in a state of major stress. And I think, you know, the number 2, where we talk about requesting you guys to develop a distribution plan and policy, for me that's really, really important, and I'd love to see that come to council if at all possible, so we can actually understand what the ongoing commitment, if it is, or intention behind things would be. Because I think at the end of the day, I would have been happy to support the full amount of the margin as suggested by officers, and the fact that, you know, we've got a lot of things as a council we want to achieve, but our healthcare services for our community is right up there. And so we do need to make sure we keep going back to the intention behind us sending this money in the first place.
And with that, I'm going to put the motion. So those in favour say aye. Aye. And against. That's carried. Thank you very much to you both for coming in. Okay, councillors, we now move back to item 6.1 on page 60. And ask Mr. Hope to introduce the adoption of the 2022-23 annual plan.
Thank you. I'll just wait for these two to sit down so they're not distracting people. Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, this is as it is every year, the end of a long process. I think we've faced a number of challenges from an officer level, providing you information that's sort of relevant and for elected members to come up with, as always, a really difficult balance between what we're trying to achieve in the community and actually something that's affordable. I think, not saying that everyone is probably happy with where we've gotten to, but I think it is a good reflection of the environment that we're in and striking a pretty good balance between a rate increase, but also still a pretty ambitious program in terms of work that we're trying to undertake. So I don't really want to talk too much more. We've had significant discussions on it in the past. The document is ready to go. That's then immediately followed by the setting of the rates, which is still our most critical income stream and will stay that way probably for as long as councils exist. And very happy to answer questions and hopefully not too many. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add, Richard? Okay, we'll go straight to questions. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I suppose if there's typos, and there's a couple I noticed in the plan itself, I just pass them on to you. Right, look, I have one question in relation to the recommendations, and it relates to the fees and charges on page 69 of our agenda. And it relates to the archive, where fees have gone up from there've been an increase of $3 for various fees like personal inquiries and so forth. Costs of providing access have increased. Then later on, it talks about inkjet photographs saying no longer have the printer to offer this service. And yet in the middle of all of that, we're actually reducing costs of a whole lot of things at the archive to align with library charges. So I'm trying to work out if costs have gone up and we have to actually throw, 150% increases on some charges, how come we're reducing others? And if we want to make a bob or two out of it, why haven't we got an inkjet printer so we can offer the inkjet photograph service?
I'll have to go for the first one. I'm not sure inkjet printers exist anymore. No, it's all done digitally, and I mean it was just an archaic term. That it's often usually get rid of it.
Still new to some people.
Well, I took it that people used to be able to get something reproduced and they can't now. And I'm just trying to work out if that's the case, why this reduction in level of service? Why aren't we actually replacing one system with another? And how come some costs, as I go back to the other question, how come some costs have gone up by 150%, and yet in other cases we're cutting prices to align with library charges?
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Look, my understanding of the situation is there's been a reconciliation of the printers we've got. We've consolidated and centralised a lot of them, which has standardised our costs per print, if you will. So it would be inconsistent to have a very similar service have a different cost profile. So therefore they're aligned with the library now. And also, if I remember correctly, the printer that was in with the archives is no longer there. It was consolidated into the library, I believe. And then you've just got a general decrease in the cost of printing because we've got bigger, better machines that just churn out more now. So I can't explain every single movement because I don't have first-hand knowledge, but I do know that the consolidation of print service combined with generally seeking a consistency of fees and charges for services that are literally right next door to each other would be the primary drivers of those. The other ones I can't speak to at this point in time.
Thank you.
Just on fees and charges, there's a couple that stick out as, of not having changes. And, if you look at the harbour, for example, we've been spending millions of dollars on structures there. The wharf, which is currently going through another stage of redecking, the breakwater, which provides safe harbour to all boats moored there. And yet we're not increasing, even by CPI, some of the costs within that activity. We are charging, proposing to charge now the 7.5% on people's rates, but people who are receiving a very direct benefit from a lot of expenditure aren't being asked to pay any more. And I do suggest that some of those should be looked at, and we should be, we know the problem when we don't increase those sorts of charges annually. It's like these things build up for a few years, and the next thing it's like, well, we can't put 20% increase on because that's just too high. And it's like, well, we haven't increased it for 5 years. That's what it's been. But it becomes a very difficult pill to swallow for elected members and for the community or the people involved. I was thinking building consents might also be the same, but at least with there's been the construction inflation, which puts projects potentially into higher brackets, so they do end up paying a bit more. So there's perhaps a reason not to need to change those ones, but I do think we are missing something where if we're not actually looking at increasing some of these charges on an annual basis in line with inflation. Your response?
Yeah, I've certainly acknowledged the point, and I think particularly in relation to the harbour, strong preference would be to certainly once we finish the improvements to the decking and the improvements to the wharf, that we bring back a paper that looks, because that will be some significant projects that we have finished, and really bring back a separate paper to look at the charges and set out a long-term strategy in relation to those charges to either encompass the matters you've raised, or actually, I think in some cases, probably make quite a quantum change into what we're recovering, given that now the services, I think, has significantly improved over the last few years. So as for the other ones, I think this is just a point in time. We can take those away and bring back further recommendations in the reasonably near future.
Do we know when those moorings and so on are billed for each year? I assume they're all done at once.
Yeah, the moorings are, but I think more in relation to the berths, I think that they might be more of an anniversary type arrangement.
Right. I just don't want us to say we should be increasing them and then find out it's 10 months before we can do that. We miss out on something because it's done. Those increases are billed for the costs are billed for next month, and we don't have that paper back to us in time.
I'll go and discuss that with the team, and we could potentially, if we think it's, if it doesn't work out, we can potentially delay the invoicing for the year to make sure that we do capture any increase, so we can, I think, action this pretty quickly.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillors, any other questions? Councillor Hopkins.
Look, it probably is, I hope it's the appropriate time. The flat rate amenity charge that we're proposing, the $250 one, if I understand the material that you've given us on page 87 correctly, there are 521 people in Western who get charged this rate. 57 are affected. 36 will actually end up paying less, and no one will pay more. Is that correct? So presumably the margin between 36 and 57, that's just neutral. There's no change. And do I also read it correctly that in Oamaru, by introducing this flat rate amenity charge, 36 people will end up paying less, but 207 people will pay more?
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Yes, when we did the modelling, we were trying to strike the right balance, or the best balance we could, and what you say is correct. There would be 36 assessments that have a land area of 2 hectares or more who will be receiving a lesser charge, and then there would be 207 assessments with a land area of 2 hectares or more who would be receiving a higher charge, because it's a flat rate, not a capped rate. So everyone who has 2 hectares or more would receive a $250 charge. So yes, you are correct. And this is the best balance we could find.
For the 207, I mean, can you give us a dollar figure, or is that not possible?
Yes, councillor Hopkins. So I believe it would be in the table on page 87. Greater than 2 hectares, remission 1 would be $22,000 for Oamaru and $0 for Western.
No, but what does it mean? And I'm one of the 207. I was paying X. I'm now paying Y. What's the difference in dollar terms for me?
Thank you, councillor Hopkins. We haven't produced in the report each individual's assessment impact. Some of them are $30, some of them are $50, some of them are $5. We don't have that in this report today. What we have is the sum of all of them across the 207 properties, which is $22,000.
Yeah, I mean, you raise a good point, because this was not what was intended when we introduced this last year. There was to be a capped rate that people didn't pay more than they were they should have paid, but equally that there was a maximum that people paid, and that hasn't been reflected through. And I don't know whether there was a change in amenity rating areas, but there was certainly more properties captured than what I believe there had been previously, but I haven't followed that up yet. There's certainly the intention was that, particularly a lot of these properties aren't otherwise serviced. They're not going to be serviced, but they're contributing towards some of the cost of some servicing. Equally, some of these properties are adjacent to areas where the people are saying we need, some sort of track off road to keep us safe and to keep our children safe. So, it is fair for a lot of them to be contributing, but it's to make sure that it was as realistic as possible. So slight disjoint there, but I guess that's just the complexity of trying to land on the right total amount that we need to collect as well. Richard's nodding his head to that. Okay, thank you. Right, councillors, any other questions?
Sorry, just one more, if I may. We've had an email this morning asking for a particular cycle track to be formally included in the budget. I'm just wondering, the advice from Mr. Hope is that's a request that the elected members have received. Am I right, Paul? And I mean, your advice to us is that nothing can be changed today. Is that essentially it has to be what it was? Is that? I mean, how do we deal with this request?
Well, we're talking about a loan fund, so potentially we can bring it forward at any stage. It won't have an impact on this coming year's rate requirements. It will start the repayments. If it was to happen, repayments would start in the following year rather than the year after that, which would be if the project was in the following year. Mr. Hope, anything you want to add?
You are correct. This is not the time to try and make changes to the annual plan document. But as Mayor Kircher highlighted, I mean, this is a point in time if you've still got the ability to make decisions over the next 12 months that have a financial impact.
I think this is it's definitely a project that we need to continue working with the community on, and Councillor Wolstein, yourself, Councillor Hopkins, and I are involved with that, and we can have that discussion. I think at any point we can come back to council and say, actually, this can proceed, or it can't. But if it can proceed, then let's bring that loan fund forward and make it work. So I think that's the best we can do at the moment. And, there's a lot of community effort seems to be going in behind this, and a lot of community support to make it happen. And if we can do it within resourcing restrictions, then I think we're all keen to see that happen. Okay, any other questions? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm here to move the recommendation.
Okay, seconder for that. Councillor Percival, thank you. Any discussion? It's the finale to 8 months' work probably 10 by staff, 11. Okay, I'll put it. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against, that's carried. Thank you very much to all of the work that has gone in behind the scenes to make this happen, to get us to this point. And obviously, none of us like a high rate increase. It is lower than what it was going to be, but we'll keep working on making sure that things are efficient, and Mr. Palmley, through the transformation work, will ensure that we're getting a 20% lift in productivity. Okay, well, 50% reduction in rates, says Councillor Hopkins. Perhaps not. So we shall see how that takes us into the future. But anyway, thank you very much for all the work that's gone on with that. Okay, we now move to item 6.2, which is probably the longest decision that we will be making, which is the setting of the rates. Mr. Hope.
Please adopt this.
Okay, any comments?
Gary, I'll just make one point, if I may. Looking at the sewage rates on page 92, the one that leaps out at you is Waitaki, 1,264, and some of the other ones, Marama, Matata, and the like, all point to the fact that at some stage we're going to have to grasp this nettle and try and look at some more expensive way of funding some of these schemes. I mean, essentially, the new regulations and the requirements are placing smaller communities nationwide in an impossible position, and that's a glaring example of it relative to everyone else in the district.
Sorry. Yeah, this was one that had been causing some angst along the way. Is there principal repayments in this? So this is interest only?
No, so we made that decision as part of the long-term plan that essentially principal payments would be deferred, I think, on a couple of these higher amounts. So this is purely covering the operating costs of the system.
Yeah, I mean, there's the uncertainties of knowing what Three Waters reform is going to really bring, and we've been pressing the government on actually answering the question, because it's not being answered in the proposed legislation around, is there going to be price harmonisation, which is the nettle that Councillor Hopkins loves to grasp, and the challenge of not knowing, it actually brings into brings what our plan to bring forward work, brings it into some area of concern, because if it ends up that actually communities are stuck with repaying their loans, that's a bigger problem than any of us, we're expecting. The problem is there's a mismatch with what the government is putting through as legislation, and with us having to set our budgets and set our work programs. So those debts may all disappear off, and there might be full price harmonisation, but I think there's also, you're going to have some fairly large urban communities that are talking to their MPs and saying, we're not wanting to subsidise other communities, and you shouldn't do that or you won't be re-elected. So that we do have some definite problems there. There's also some discussion on coming from central government around if you are doing work as part of your long-term plan and within the years that it's happening, that's all fine. But if you're not, then we're not taking over the debt. That's a bigger issue, and I think it's something that we need. We've got our proposal at the moment. We need to be pushing on with that, but I think we need to be getting ready to change direction if the government has legislation that comes out which goes against what we're trying to achieve to actually provide the best possible water services to our district before they disappear off into a larger entity. So that's the long version, really. but we need to keep an eye on what's happening there. So with that, any other questions on this part of our agenda? So moved Councillor Tavendale. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Holding, thank you. Right, any further discussion? Put it, those in favour say aye, and against, that's carried. Thank you very much. And thanks to the finance team who do a heck of a lot of work to come up with all of the right numbers. Okay, item 6.3, ratification of our submission to the National Adaptation Plan.
Yep. I know you made the point that we've got a lot on our plates. This has already been sent. Whatever minor reservations we might have, and there's one very minor one that I have, but whatever, it's gone. We can't recap, we can't retract it, we can't change it. I move the recommendation.
Thank you. Seconded Councillor Tavendale. Any discussion?
Just quickly, obviously this is an area where there's some strong opinions on it. So we did make sure we got that out to all councillors, got some feedback, and Gary and I sort of worked through it as well. So it's had a bit more time spent on it.
Okay, I'm going to put it, those in favour, against, it's carried. Right, item 6.7. And we've got Mr. Pacey online again. Just go straight to you, Marty. Do you want to speak to the report?
Thank you, Mayor Coacher. Yep, so this report's on, I'll have it largely as read. I just want to note a couple of key points. So this is the Western Water Zone level of service improvement. So currently properties in the Western Township receive restricted water supply. For a long time, there's been potential for this to change to on demand, and we allowed for this change when designing the pipelines that now feed Western from the Oamaru water treatment plant. As part of Three Waters Reform Tranche 1 funding, the Water Services team have been replacing a number of pipes out of Western, and we've allowed for on-demand volumes in the design itself. We have additional funding in the investment program that's been pulled forward to finish this, but we need to confirm the level of service change. Given the township is zoned residential in the district plan, is now basically an extension of Oamaru, officers recommend we make that change. There are a number of benefits to on-demand supply, and it seems only fair that Western should receive these like Oamaru consumers do. Cost-wise, because Western is a gazetted firefighting zone, and much of the infrastructure needs to be replaced to meet firefighting requirements anyway, the actual cost of the level of service change is minimal. For that reason, we don't feel consultation is necessary. I'll just open it up to any questions.
Councillors, the mayor's just popped out for a moment, but do we have any questions for the team? No. Councillor Hopkins.
I'd just like to congratulate the water team on their foresight and in terms of actually when they plumbed Western into Oamaru, into the water supply, they did actually build surplus capacity into the pipe work, and it might have been sort of, they might have gone for the cheaper, smaller pipe option, but by doing what they've done, they've enabled this to happen and to meet a community demand that, I mean, as the report points out, Western is now effectively a suburb of Oamaru, and it will be a fantastic addition or improvement in the amenity level out there.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to move the recommended adoption of option 2.
Councillor Wolfstein, did you have a question, or are you happy to second it? Okay, so it's moved Councillor Thompson, seconded Councillor Wolfstein. Right, any discussion at all, councillors?
Sorry.
Councillor
Yeah,
Hopkins.
I think it would be more appropriate to move the recommendations rather than just move option 2.
So are you happy, Councillor Hopkins, with the recommendations as they stand? And Councillor Wolfstein?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. No, I certainly was seconding recommendations 1 and 2 as per the recommendations.
Yeah, that's the way I'd taken it as well. So we're comfortable there. Perfect. Any questions at all or comments? Right, councillor Wallstein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, just as an old Western boy, I think Western is part Oamaru nowadays, and I concur with Marty's comments regarding the water supply there should be equivalent, equal to that received by Oamaru ratepayers. So I think there's a move that's probably, well, for firefighting purposes, well and truly overdue, but for the residents, it's due as well. So well done to the water team.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I had to duck out briefly, but anyone else got any comments? Okay, so it's been moved and seconded, so we'll put it to those in favour, say aye. Aye. And against, that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thanks, Marty. Okay. Right. Didn't you cover Forester Heights while I was out of the room? No. Okay. Shall we move on to Forester Heights then? So item 6.8. And I'm just going to introduce this one. I don't see Mrs. Vanderspeck here, so the other name on here is Mr. Palmley. Do you have any introduction you want to make?
A brief introduction. This is obviously a much talked about issue, which we've had a huge response to, a really tricky decision in terms of balancing the various responses we've had, but also looking at the wider interests of the community in terms of what we do with this piece of land. The recommendation before you here is to look to sell some or all of the land, and this is because, having analysed the responses we received.
After doing the Waitaki District Council submission on the draft adaptation plan?
We've done that. Just done it.
No,
we just.
Oh, sorry, the mayor's one, was it?
No, that's in my mayor's report.
Okay, sorry, I do apologize. Sorry.
That's okay. Not quite sure where I was. So yeah, the recommendation before you is to balancing the submissions we received and the wider interest, but also considering the purpose and designation of this land is to sell some or all of this land. In doing that, we're recommending that we consider what conditions might be imposed on that sale, what covenants might be formed on that, to respond to some of the issues and opportunities that were raised in the consultation for this land. I'm not going to say any more than that. I think we're all well versed in terms of what the issues are. We've all been to have a look at the land, and you've all heard the submissions that have come forward from our residents, and it's now before members to make a decision on this.
Okay, Councillor Tavendale.
Just a quick question. If we happen to take the recommendations as they stand, things like the cost of roads and other bits and pieces, how do you see them being funded? Where does that sit in this whole discussion?
So any infrastructure that would be required to develop the site would form part of the costs of development of the site. And normally that would be taken on by the developer if the council's not involved as a developer, but that would also be reflected in what they're prepared to pay for the site. That would be the normal process in that in the development of the site.
Just through the chair, do we have any indication at all as to what kind of level of cost that may involve?
I don't think we do at this stage, and that's why, in terms of the recommendation to sell, we wanted to recommend that we look at selling some or all of the site. It's clearly a very steep site with some challenging land conditions there, and that might mean the most cost-effective option for development might not be to sell all of the site. So I think keeping some flexibility in there is important. What we'd want to do is engage with the market to test out some of this. That we aren't developers. Developers would have a better idea of what sort of infrastructure costs would be and how that would be reflected in the price that they're prepared to pay for the site. So we'd envisage that we'd have dialogue with the market to help determine that and what is the most effective and efficient development on the site that generates a development that is both suitable for this part of the town, but also produces a suitable return for the council as well.
Councillor Wallstein.
Thank you, Mayor Kircher. Well, Alex just answered my question before I want to ask. And in terms of number one, with this intent to sell some or all. So that decision, if it is made to only sell some of the land, then that may come from anybody who wishes to purchase part of the land, and then the council has to decide what they can do with the rest of the land. So any process around that that's been thought of so far?
So we haven't got a detailed process at the moment. I'd see that initially we'd look to do some informal engagement with the development market out there rather than a formal process at this stage. At some point, we'd need to then, once we'd had that informal engagement, we talk to the developers about what the possibilities are in terms of the sale process. You'd need some sort of formal tender process after that, but we haven't mapped out the exact process at this stage.
Councillor Williams.
Thanks, Alex. It makes sense completely that you don't have all the details so far, but I do want to know the way that this is written. So recommendation 1 confirms its intent to sell some or all. It may come back that the terms that a developer may offer us are not favourable at all, and I want to make sure that that wording, the intent, we could actually choose not to do anything at all. So I want to make sure that that's clear in this recommendation. When it uses that word intent, is that the right word to use when we could actually change our mind should it not work out in any way that we plan?
So I hope that the wording of all the recommendations gives that flexibility, in particular the one about applying best value criterion, because clearly if the return that's likely to be achieved from the sale of the site isn't sufficient, then it will need to be reconsidered as to whether this is the right time to sell that land or not. That is the intent of the recommendations there, that enables us to engage with the market and then determine whether we're securing enough value from the development of the site, and value not just in terms of the financial return, but in terms of the other things that you as councillors would expect from that development, that the quality of the development, the amenity it provides as well.
Thank you. And if I can just follow up, also at point 2, it's delegating the authority to you to define the sale process and negotiate in terms. So this is such a huge topic. I would hope that we're almost involved at every step of the way. I mean, in the potentially we should have the words in there like that in consultation with council at each step of the way. Just so that we are involved fully at each step of the process.
So the intent is that it be in consultation with council, that we don't just run off and do things without your knowledge and consideration. But the delegation is there in order for us to enable us to move forward without bringing it formally back through council, unless it's felt by members that it's necessary to do so.
Any other questions? Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, Alex, we had an email from a former councillor over the weekend, basically saying that the report you have proposing sale does not fulfil the requirements of due process in line with the Auditor General's previous advice. I will be seeking to pursue the requirements which I believe you're legally liable to follow, which implies, at least to me, judicial review. There's another question: is council required pursuant to Local Government Act sections 140 141.4B and 141.1A to identify the use of sale proceeds prior to authorising the sale. There's a reference in the report we have to some redundant or redacted clauses of the Act, but what absolute assurances can officers give us about the Auditor General's view and also the section 144B and 141.1A stuff, please?
Yeah, I think it's challenging to respond to emails that you've received or I haven't received and are not part of the public papers. So if there are legal issues that have been raised there, we'd need to look into them before formally responding to them. But clearly, in doing this, we have been taking advice along the way to make sure that we are compliant with the law, and we will continue to take that advice to make sure that any sale process is legally compliant, but also secures best value for the ratepayer as well. And so the decision today is about whether you are in agreement to sell, and then the process thereon in is to determine the exact sale process that is compliant with all legal requirements.
Councillor Orstein.
Thank you, Mayor Kercher. I'm just following up on Councillor Williams' point. I'm just wondering whether another recommendation is required in here. Down to number 4, and number 4 directs the Chief Exec in consultation with Council. I'm wondering whether a new number 5 needs to be installed in there, saying that the Chief Executive shall bring any agreed or sale terms back to Council for Council's approval. Because at the present time, there's nowhere that Council actually is built in there to give approval to what the Chief Executive may negotiate. So I'm thinking that another clause 5 should go in there, and then number 5 should become number 6.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things. It's like how many steps do need to be in there. I think if getting to that point has been in consultation with councillors, then that should be enough. But given the nature of it, if councillors think that actually they need to do the final sign off as well, bearing in mind it won't be this council, it'll be the next one, that could be added in.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Kercher, but just in response, the only recommendation that includes in consultation with Council is number 4, which is stipulate the land use covenants and caveats. That's the only consultation that's recommended, that's in there with Council.
So, as I said at the start, the assumption is that all this will be done in consultation with Council, but that doesn't necessarily mean bringing it formally back through the Council process. If you wanted to add to number 2 and number 3, in consultation with Council, I'm happy with that. So it delegates authority to the Chief Executive in consultation with Council to define the sale process, and directs the Chief Executive in consultation with Council to apply best value criterion. That's fine. That's what I'd be presuming I'd be doing anyway.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just a wee bit uncomfortable in the reference that I know that at the end of the day, the buck stops with us. But I have every confidence in the Chief Executive's ability to work through this process. And I would suggest to you that some of the criticism in the community is about the whole process being politicised. And if we actually trusted in our officers to fulfil what we've asked, we can't be accused of sticking our oar in, and the process remains at a far more professional level than politicians swaying in the breeze with whichever wind is blowing towards them.
I think that's a slur on elected members everywhere, but you might be right.
It's also a slur on the democratic process. Stop.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Someone like to move anything? Councillor Wallstein.
Yeah, thank you. Because I just want to say I have full trust in our chief executive, but I do think, as Councillor Thompson said, that the buck stops with the councillors, and I do think that we need to be involved. And I'm sure, as the chief executive has said, he will definitely keep councillors involved on the way through. But the recommendations that don't actually provide for that, and I think we should provide in there. So. I'd like to move a new number 5 that prior to signing the final sale agreement, if any, that the chief executive advises and obtains council consent. Because, and then number 5 would become number 6. And just speaking to that, I know, as Alex has said, he's happy to have.
Before you speak to it, I need to ask if there's a seconder.
I'll second that one.
Councillor Williams, thank you. Yeah, speaking to the motion.
Thank you, Mayor Gertrude. Yeah, just speaking to the motion, as I say, I have no doubt at all as to the ability and the intent and of our chief executive, but I just want to build in there for the new council and so it's very clear to everybody that at the end of the day, the chief executive is not making this decision on his own, that it is being brought back to and approved by the whole council. So just to make that very clear in the recommendations, that's all I'm intending to do.
Okay. Any other speakers? Certainly.
So just speaking as seconder, I have full faith in our chief executive also. However, we know even during our term, there has been some sales of land, and it is a very important thing for us to all be across. And sometimes valuations can come in that actually don't sit well with us, and things can get moved on without us being able to have any input, and things sort of disappear before us without us actually being able to have a proper talk about it. I just think it's very important for this one for us to have a very good talk about the sale and purchase agreement at the end before it's signed by anyone. And it's not any slur on your ability or on this entire council's processes. It's purely that it's that important that we're all across this.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Tevendale.
I'm gonna vote against this because I still hold a lot of weight in the feedback we get from our community. For me, listening to our people is really important. I've just been at some district plan sessions, and the comments we do get back from our community is what's the point in feeding back to council? They don't listen. We got over 900 submissions on this, and we can play that down and say it's only 4% of our community. That's actually still really high for us when it comes to feedback from our community. We don't have to like what is said, but there needs to be somewhere in the process where even the person that says, no, I don't want you to do this, actually has a voice. And I think that that's been lost somewhere along the way. I personally have no real issue with things being built up on the Cape, but I also listen to some of the stories and ideas around what it could be and people jamming things up. And I see some real opportunities there. I still think that the parcel of land is a connector between the harbour and the Cape is really important, and it could be well utilised. I think every argument we've got for building on that land could be the exact same argument of building on land just about anywhere in Waitaki. I think we've chosen ourselves an argument here, which to me made no sense at the time, and it still makes no sense. When we look at our housing task force and the strategy that we've put, this is not going to fix any of that. The problem is that our strategy is saying that we actually need more social housing, we need more small units and that kind of thing. This is going to be more single standalone housing that we actually don't have a shortage of being built in Waitaki right now. And so it's actually not fixing that issue. I also think that we talk about what we can use the profits for. I think by the time we mess around with the roading and things, and I take that it won't necessarily be on council, but it's going to be taken into someone's workings when it comes to working out what they actually want to pay for the land. And I don't think that the big bucks are going to be there. I don't think this is going to be for the angst and the pain and for not listening to our community. I don't think it's going to be worth it, is my concern. You know, we've got a parcel of land there that's got some questionable stability, you know, which we've had to do a number of reports, which a few people have asked for updated ones. The fact that we need reports like that there to prove shows that there is some concerns, and quite often through our own discussions, we talk about the steepness and stability of the land. I think that we do have other land in other areas that makes a lot more sense for this kind of project, and it can actually be tied in better to our housing task force strategy, which is around actually targeting what we're trying to achieve. For me, there's too many gaps in this, and I do think that things are different now, and we don't need to cut up. We can put lines on maps. At the end of the day, that whole area right now is used together as the Cape, and that's how people use it. And I'd love to see us support our community groups to keep using it. I'd love to see access to be improved. I'd love to see it all just be part of one and treated like that. It hasn't just been all the negative people in town or anything like that there that have put forward that as an opportunity. It's been a lot of people that actually have a lot of heart, and a lot of people I've got a lot of respect for have put their names to that as well. So for me, this is not the right place. It's not the right project. And I don't think it's going to be the big bang for buck that we're hoping for.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mayor Chair. I have found this a very, 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 very difficult matter to resolve. And it seems to me there are two fundamental issues here. There's a tactical issue or a specific issue. What do we do with 2.5 hectares of endowment land? And let's be clear, it is endowment land, and Parliament, the highest court in the land, has deemed it to be endowment land. So the argument that it's been a reserve in the past is, in fact, even if it was true, and I don't think it was, but even if it was, Parliament has actually clarified and defined the nature of the land. However, as I say, one issue is what we do with the land. The other more fundamental strategic issue is the one that the Deputy Mayor has raised, and which really has exercised me. There is the bigger strategic question of trust and respect. And we know that Parliament and local government is not respected. A large majority of people regularly and often and repeatedly say, we don't listen, you know, that we've made up our mind. There's a comment on Oamaru today saying there's no point submitting on the district plan because we've made up our minds. I believe that people who submit to us have an expectation that they can have an influence and make a difference. They're entitled to do that. Equally, I believe we need to listen, as I said in a column in the Oamaru Mail recently, to young people. And the submitters from Oamaru Intermediate were fantastic, moving, stirring, inspiring. I don't want to deny them the possibility that you know, they can achieve some of their visions and dreams, like a sports and event centre or some of the other purposes that they brought to our attention. The problem I have is that there is in all of these instances a power imbalance. We have the power. We define the issues when we consult. We create the process. We make the decision. And in this instance, I think our campaign failed. It should have been simpler and clearer, more obvious. We should have said, this is what we are going, what we'd like you to do, and here's why we want to do it, and here's the benefit that can be achieved if we do it. I think had we done that, there may have been a different result. We will never know. In the end, put bluntly, we were outsmarted by a lobby group that may from time to time have been inaccurate, but was definitely more effective. And I think in the end, I'm inclined to agree with Mel that because of that power imbalance and because of the fact that we control the process and because people should have a belief that we will listen to them, I think we need to accept, if you like, that the public have a right to be wrong. We may think that they are wrong, but they've told us what they think. And my view is we've probably got this round the wrong way. When I think back to the Opera House proposal, it was, here's the proposal, here's the subdivision, here are the plans, here are the lines on the map, here is the boundary of each section, here's what the price will be. Oh, and by the way, here's exactly what we will be using the money for, the Opera House. Now, in my view, if we go away and literally start from the ground up, how do people get in? What's the access? Is it Avon Street? If it's not, what is it? Where do the costs sit with that? Do we develop by ourselves because, you know, we may make more money? Do we sell bare land? Do we go enter into a partnership? What is the design? We keep on talking about designs and caveats for height and the like. Let people see them. There are some brilliant developments around the country done by architects and others where you have uniformed designs that are genuinely inspirational and have won awards. We need to do that kind of work first and then go back to the community and say, here's what we could do, here's what we use the money for. And I think we should be doing that first, and possibly that could be part of the property strategy. But as of the moment, number one, for me, it's too early.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a fundamental personal belief that I don't want to see any green spaces sacrificed. But having said that, we also have a responsibility to our community, to our ratepayers, and we have a parcel of land that was left for the betterment of our community. Now, I agree with my learned colleague to my right in a sense that all the information is not in front of us. And at the present stage, I tend to support the process of talking to the market, because I believe as a councillor, I could be far more informed if I knew that X amount of dollars were going to be available to help social housing, help the stadium, or whatever we chose to put it through. But at the present stage, we're talking in if, buts and maybes, and we simply don't know what can occur. So probably I'm the least affected in the sense that the Waihemo ward doesn't look at the hill on a daily basis. But at the present stage, I'm going to be inclined to vote for the process, because I believe the process would give us far better information to debate with the community.
Thank you. Councillor Holding.
On recommendation number 3, can I ask the Chief Executive, does that opens it to the process where those sort of things are predicted? Is that the intent of that recommendation, where we can look at that, but it still might not be balanced for the broader community outcomes, but it might? So it's not a yes or a no, it's a let's look at it, and it gives you a bit more open-ended discussion, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, so that's in the intent of the other recommendations is, yeah, so in number 1, the recommendations confirm intent to sell, but the others are effectively setting some criteria around that. So it's not a we will sell at all costs, it's essentially sell at, you know, as long as the conditions are right. So it's the right development that produces the right return in terms of, you know, not just the financial return, but the community outcomes.
I'm hearing what's being said. I want to move an amendment, which is to add a 7th clause, that appropriate covenants to protect the views from Lookout Point and the appearance of the site are treated as minimum requirements. These include, but are not restricted to, building heights, building locations, building colours, reflectivity, plantings, predator pet species, and access between Test Street and Lookout Point. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Wallstein. So just speaking to that, you know, we've heard a lot from people about what their concerns are. Equally, this is a bit of residentially zoned freehold land. That if we had a black and white decision to make, do you want more reserve? We would all quickly say yes. It's not black and white. We're actually here to look at the broader well-being of our community. What are the things that we could do with whatever funding there might be that comes from that? And, you know, we've got 27 hectares already in that location, and it joins up with a good number of other reserves around, particularly the central to south parts of Oamaru. We don't have anything north end. We don't, you know, we're struggling to, we've got a housing strategy, we're struggling to see how we're actually going to fund that, and we're going to need funding for that. We don't know how much we're going to get with that, and I think, and taking on board with what Councillor Thompson said, we need to look at the, you know, what might we get for it, and it may well be that if we went out to market, that we don't get what we feel is going to actually benefit our community. But, you know, that's the way it is. The reason I'm moving this particular amendment is because we have listened to those concerns. These are things that are going to mitigate some of their concerns, if not all of them in some cases. And it will not look like the just totally incorrect imagery that was promoted by that lobby group. There's an opportunity to do a sympathetic development. There's opportunities to actually make sure that this works. There's opportunities to have this as a buffer zone between the Cape Wombrau Reserve and the more heavily residential area. That's through the plantings and looking at predator pet species. So it's looking at those things. There's opportunities to use the money for good for our wider community, and not just those who can access that because, you know, they're fit enough or they live close enough. So those are the things that factor into my thinking, and I want to make sure, you know, that we're doing this for the right reasons. It's not about just the fact that there's going to be more building. It's what can we actually gain from the potential sale of that land, and how do we make sure that it works for as much of our community as possible. So just speaking to the amendment at the moment, Councillor Williams.
Yes, just in support of what you're saying there. It's definitely for me not a case that we haven't listened. And I believe we've listened and heard everything for and everything against loudly and clearly. And I too believe that we can negate most of the raised negatives through actually getting to start this process and actually starting to look at some detail that we don't have the figures for right now. If it doesn't look good, we don't have to go through with it. We've made those changes to the recommendations to make sure that that fail-safe is in place. And it's not just about the money that we might raise from selling a block of land like this. For me, it's the bigger picture. It's about the economic benefits to the entire district, that the ongoing benefit of that improves everyone's potential lives. So basically, this just gives us a chance to look at it all in more detail and further, and should we choose not to go ahead, we don't have to go ahead. So I will be supporting this today.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Gary, speaking to your resolution, which probably stands as a separate recommendation, given that you've moved it and Colin seconded it, I support everything you've said 120%, including the need to actually go to the community with a serious conversation about affordability and how we fund the things we want, because we can't keep on throwing 7.5% rate increases at them. My argument would be, as it was before, with the other recommendations, let's do that work first and then pull the trigger. So in my view, the detail, the design, the look, all of which I share a view, and I believe it would be possible, and I believe it could enhance the hillside with an appropriate design. But let's do that, show it to the community, tell them how we'll use the money, and then pull the trigger.
Okay, any other comments on the amendment? Okay, Sorry, just communicating around what the amendment says. So I'm just going to repeat it, that appropriate covenants to protect the views from Lookout Point and the appearance of the site are treated as minimum requirements. These include, but are not restricted to, building heights, building locations, building colours, reflectivity, plantings, predator pet species, and access between Test Street and Lookout Point. So it's probably, no, I won't say anything else because I've already spoken to it. I'm going to put it, those in favour say aye. This is,
Sorry, just a point of
as I
clarification.
keep saying, this is an amendment and I'm moving the amendment.
So the amendment becomes what? Just in relation to the 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5? Does it become number 7?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
So we're voting to add your amendment to the resolution.
No, he's moved. Councillor Wallstein moved 1 through 5 with, can people stop interrupting me, please? He moved 1 through 5 with an extra clause in there, which becomes number 5, and number 5 becomes 6. So that's the original motion. The amendment I'm moving is that we're putting an extra one in there, which is number 7. If it's approved, that becomes part of the substantive motion, and we then finish discussing that, and I'll put that. So we're going to put this amendment only, the number 7, it will be. So those in favour say aye. Aye. And against. That's carried. So it now becomes part of the substantive, or fulfills the substantive motion. Just very much, well, I'll speak into the substantive motion. The covenants can lessen what the return might be, but equally they can add value. And I think we're doing something which is going to add value in that if people have the opportunity to buy a property there and they know they're actually contributing to, things like biodiversity, that they're actually going to be part of a community that's embracing what's next door to them with Cape Wombrau, that they are not going to be intruding on the views from Lookout Point. I think those are all things which help to encourage a better situation. Just talking about some of the other things, this is something that we've gone into with an open mind. I think if we'd done what you'd said, Councillor Hopkins, people would have said, you've done all this new work, you've spent all this money, you've made up your mind. And that was part of the problem, is like, let's make sure we collect all of the work that's been done in the past, put it out there to people, give them the opportunity to read it. Some people have, some people haven't, they've made their submissions, whatever way. We've also been quite clear that this is not a referendum. If it was, a 4% return would be terrible. A 50% return would be fair. And that would give us a clearer indication of what the community wants. The submissions we've got, though, we've listened to, we've heard what the concerns are. Yes, we want more reserves, but actually, do we want more reserves where we've already got a lot of reserves? Do we actually want to provide access to reserves to areas where they aren't there? Do we want to improve biodiversity in areas where actually there isn't as much biodiversity currently? There's opportunities for that. Do we want a housing strategy that's actually can be supported through funding that might come from this? The houses on there are not going to assist a housing strategy, but the money from the land will. So it's being clear about what this is about. It's not about building new houses on that hill. It's about what else can we be doing to help our community. There's been some great ideas from the submissions, whether that was for reserves or for something else. The offers help from the community to actually help plant it out. We've got 27 hectares next door, which those offers would be greatly welcomed to actually help us, cut down those pine trees that we had replanted it with, and cut them down earlier than we would have otherwise done, and get the replanting with natives happening earlier. There's opportunities to do all of those things. And so that's why I think supporting the current status, which is that it's freehold and it's there to benefit the wider community. Let's get the support for that. Let's see what the market says. At the end of the day, if we're not going to get enough, that's when we make the decision that, let's not sell it at that time. But for now, let's see what happens. Let's put the right mechanisms in place to protect everything that people are concerned about, and let's make some progress in the Waitaki district. Do we have any other speakers on the substantive motion before I take Councillor Wallstein's right of reply? Okay, Councillor Wallstein.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Kircher. My right of reply, part of my logic is that I hear councils being criticised on many occasions for not making land available for housing. I know it's only 2.5 hectares of land, but it's land which is in a residential area, zoned residential, and I would far sooner see that land used for housing than to see productive farmland around the outskirts of Wanneroo chopped up into housing and lifestyle blocks. So it's a matter of, and that land, in my knowledge, until recently, had not received a great amount of use. It's received more use in recent times because the interest shown on it, but prior to that, it didn't receive a great deal of use. So, and just the cost of things, the cost of development and roading's been mentioned. Well, that falls on the developer, and the developer will take that into account when he decides what money to offer the council to buy the land from council. And as Mayor Kircher said, at the end of the day, if the offers are not adequate, then council won't sell. So this to me is just opening up the negotiations with the potential developers, and we'll see where it leads to.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Wallstein. Going to put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? No. We give a show of hands, please, just to be fair. Those in favour, raise a hand. 6. Those against? 3. We've just had an individual vote. You want a division?
Well, if you like, if that's what I'm calling it.
Good as gold. So did you get?
No, I need everybody to
So
actually say it.
So the one's against Councillor Tavendale, Hopkins and Percival, and the others for. Okay, so declare it carried, and thank you very much. It is a contentious issue. It's been a problem, but as we said initially, it's about making a decision one way or the other, so we stop kicking the can down this road, and that we've got a decision which benefits the community, which some will agree with, some will disagree with, but it's about listening to the community, it's hearing what they've got to say, and then making a decision as their elected representatives. And that's the difficult job we have sometimes, is making that call. Anyway, thank you very much to everyone. Thank you to the team that's put a whole lot of work into this behind the scenes to provide as much information to the community as possible. And there's a bit more work to be done, obviously, yet, but we look forward to seeing how that progresses. To all those who made submissions, we really want to thank you very much for that. Some of you may feel like we haven't listened. That is not the case, but it's, listening is not the same as agreeing. And today we've made a decision which we think is best. But thank you very much for taking the time to make those submissions. It has changed what might have been ultimately how things were decided, but it's helped to inform that decision. With that, we're going to break for lunch, back in half an hour at 12:40. Thank you very much. Right, welcome back, everybody. Certainly been some interesting discussions over lunch around the last agenda item. But pleased to get that one out of the way. Okay, so we're now going to item 6.9, which is our council controlled organisations, our companies, talking to each of the companies in turn around about their final statements of intent. We're going to be starting first with Tourism Waitaki. So we welcome to the Zoom. We've got CEO Margaret Munro, we've got Deputy Chair Rick Ramsey, Director Megan Crawford. So welcome to you all. Do we have any other directors joining, or? Yes, Janine. And Janine Tulloch will be joining shortly, apparently. So Rick, welcome. Do you want to get things underway, or Margaret? You're on mute, Rick.
Right, this time. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors, and on behalf of the board. Apology for Mike, who, as you know, is overseas at the moment, so up to me to present the SOI. You will have had copies circulated, and so I think the only other thing to do is probably to ask questions. There is one matter here in the SOI, and that is basically we have received and had for some time the draft of the letter of expectation. We've sent that back with our comments. While that hasn't been formally, I guess, agreed between the two parties, this pretty much reflects two things. One, the letter of expectation, and two, the situation that Tourism Waitaki is currently in with the review. So that's not to say that there is no work to be done. There is plenty of work to be done, and we will proceed with this year's program as outlaid in here.
Thank you very much. Margaret, do you have anything to add?
Not really. No, that it really, I think, as Rick said, we've got a 12-month lens put across this program of work, rather than a longer term approach because of so many unknowns with where things are heading. So that's all I really can add to that for the SOI. Thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I think we appreciate the uncertainty that's in your world at the moment around, what to plan for and so on. So that's, we need to make sure that we're taking that into account, but also that we try and make sure that things are as smooth as possible for the board and staff. So councillors, we've got the SOI for Tourism Waitaki. Does anyone have any questions or comments on that? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, one very quick question. I suppose if there's any typos, I'll just pass them on to you, Paul. Or to whom?
So this is the board's document, so you need to just pass them on to Margaret.
I'll do that. The question I have is, under Goal 4, develop and modernise the marketing and promotion offer. Tourism Waitaki will produce a marketing plan for 2022-23. A marketing plan is developed. The target, a marketing plan is developed by September 2022. I personally would like to see that. Are we going to see it by September 2022?
Yep, well, that would be the aim, to have that all developed and circulated to the industry and the shareholders. So, yep.
Okay. Yep, thank you. Okay, any other questions or feedback? Okay, no, that looks to be all good. Mr. Palmley, do you have anything you want to add? And okay. Right. So no, I think we're all obviously happy enough with what you've come up with, and yeah, just recognising just the the context of COVID impact on tourism and everything else that's happening at the moment in the sector. Would you like to just sort of give a brief outlook on just exactly where things are as we get into or finish up this financial year? Rick or Margaret, just commentary on how do you see this past year, not necessarily for Tourism Waitaki, but certainly for the tourism sector.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk to that. So we have seen, are starting to see now the return of international visitors, and they're trickling in through all sectors of New Zealand. So that's a positive thing. It will take some time. We still do have some capacity issues on some of the air routes into New Zealand from offshore, but they are slowly gaining momentum. Domestic has remained surprisingly strong, specifically for the Waitaki. We really only saw a drop off when the whole country was in lockdown, but outside that time, it has remained incredibly stable, and if not grown somewhat. And a lot of that has come down to the additional funding that we had from MB, which a lot of it was focused to marketing and promotion of the region, and that has really, we're seeing the returns on that investment now going forward. We still have a segment of work to complete for the MB contract that finishes in December this year, and wrapped up in that was also the destination management plan, which we're getting to the tail end of that now, which is great to have got that underway. Our regional events funding, we got permission from MB to extend that out to 2024, just because of the impact of many events being cancelled due to COVID and Omicron. So that's good news too. So that fund will be something we can have support for events coming back into the district for the next coming years, or 2 years anyway. But yeah, I think we're on the up where things are looking better. And there's, from my point of view, and the others may have a different view, but I think there's only one way now for tourism, and that's up and improving. Now the borders are open, and hopefully we've left the worst of it behind for our industry. Rick wants to add more, or Megan?
I'll give it to Megan. She may have some more insights.
Yeah, sure. Kia ora. I have got some insights. We actually just I had a board meeting yesterday, and we had a presentation that I'd organised from Air New Zealand to our board to give an update on where they sit with regards to the rebuild. So Air New Zealand are in the revive stage of their strategy, which is survive, revive and thrive. It's a difficult one for them. I know Margaret said the capacity is returning, but it's very slow. They are still literally getting their planes out of the desert to be fixed and sorted and get crew back on them, but it's a long process. At the moment, they're talking about flights on the Tasman being sold out within a week, and that's never happened at all. But those flights are also around 1,200 one way. So that automatically puts in a bit of an issue out there of who is able to afford those flights currently. That does play into the higher value tourists that Tourism New Zealand have talked about for a while. But it is going to be a slow recovery, and not to be too negative, but the concern out there is also with the disposable income that is getting smaller with interest rates and inflations and costs and everything out there, we may be in a different type of world. But Air New Zealand are definitely ready to build back up. They've got 14 of their international routes that previously operated wanting to be open by the school holidays, which is no mean feat. But it shows that they are ready for business. It's just that it's going to be a slow rebuild.
No, thank you. I was in Wellington, and we had a local government national council meeting yesterday, and there was and some interesting insights. So I got to talk to Jim Bolt just around their visitation, and they've certainly got a lot of Aucklanders flocking to their ski fields, and so that's been quite significant. But also, just looking at as we're waiting for the flight to fly down to Dunedin, and while we're waiting, a couple of flights being cancelled because they just didn't have the staff to crew the planes. So I think that, is another COVID impact is one thing. Trying to avoid COVID so you can travel, but it's, if the air crew is impacted, then it changes everything anyway. So very, very difficult operating environment.
Well, great that you were able to be there, Gareth, to get those insights, because those are really important. I know that that information is really good to be able to communicate and then sort of educate as well, so people understand why things might not be as easy as they once were.
So it was, part of me was, I was waiting to see whether my flight was cancelled or not. Part of me was sort of hoping it might be, so that the Deputy Mayor could chair this challenging meeting that we've got today. But my flight did arrive safely into Dunedin, so thank you for the hospitality down at Dunedin Airport. Anyway, so anything else anyone wants to add? No, otherwise, so thank you very much for taking the time to join us via Zoom. We'll acknowledge and receive the statement of intent jointly with the other ones once we've finished this item. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, councillors, we now have representatives from Whitestone Contracting with us. So George Culture, you're leading the board charge today, and we've got Paul and Tony who are going to actually give us the real information. So anyway, welcome to you all. And George, you know how to use those things. You go for it.
Entirely correct, Gary. Paul will lead the charge. Thank you for the opportunity to present this today. And thank you for your letter of expectation that has been compiled and sent out and replied to, I think. So I'll pass over to Paul to give you the details. Thank you.
There we go. How's that work, all right?
All good.
Fantastic.
There you go.
So as George said, look, thanks very much for the letter of expectation, sorry. We have endeavoured to reflect that into our statement of intent. From our March meeting, we have made a few amendments. I take it you have read the statement of intent, so I'll just cover the changes if that's all right. So the changes we've made were supporting the overall well-being of the Waitaki district through promoting a prosperous district, strong communities, quality services, and valuing the environment. Under the objectives, the company is committed to partnering with the shareholder and other entities where possible to further the interests of the district, secure economies of scale, secure skills required for the district, essential services, and share resources where advantageous to do so. The company is also committed to supporting the shareholder in delivering its works programs through processes that ensure best value for the ratepayer at a reasonable return for the company. And that's quite an important point with the three waters works that are coming up. Under our performance targets, we've got a goal of growing the company to between 30 to 35 million over the next 3 years. Just talking this morning, and when we did this in March, things were probably slightly more rosier than what they are now. That is an ambitious goal, but it's a good goal to have in front of us, and it's a good ambition to have, but it's not going to be an easy feat. And on the community, support community initiatives with a minimum of $50,000 of sponsorship per annum to local community organisations and wellbeing initiatives where this aligns with the business objectives. And the dividend policy was amended to reflect the minimum dividend of 200,000 or 50% of the surplus after tax. So that's the changes to the statement of intent we made after March. And I did note in the March minutes, the unconfirmed minutes, under the notes that were taken, there was the comment there that the dividend we were expecting for this financial year was to be $500,000. That was our total profit that we were expecting to be $500,000 and not a dividend of $500,000. So, yeah, any questions?
Thanks, Paul. Councillors.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, look, yes, just two questions. I've raised this one before, but on page 4 of your document under background, you've got 4 bullet points as your objectives, and the third is obtaining a good return on investment commensurate with, et cetera, I'm just wondering why you haven't ever said 8% there. You do on page 7, you talk about a pre-tax return on shareholders' funds exceeding 8%. So I'm just wondering why you still haven't put a number on that. And on the next page, apologies if I should have raised this earlier in the process, but we've had a lot of material today about climate change. And I'm quite surprised in that list of objectives you've got, there's no reference at all to reducing your carbon footprint or responding to ameliorate climate change. And I'm wondering if you think there might be something along those lines that could be added.
Thanks, Councillor Hopkins. The 8% is in there under the financial targets, and I guess under that background, we're probably trying to keep things to a summary level.
I'm just wondering why it isn't in the objectives as well.
Well, it is under our performance targets and measures, so we could add it in there, I suppose, if you wanted. As far as the environmental side of it goes, again, that's listed in under the performance targets and measures on page 8. Under the environmental, we're maintaining the ISO 14001 standard. We're maintaining Toitu EnviroCare. Yeah, so that's all listed in there.
Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, no, covers it well. Councillor Wallstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Kircher. Yeah, thanks for the papers of our team. Not your papers, but the council introduction says we've got a chair, Paul Bissett. So congratulations on your elevation to chair, Paul. Just in case you weren't aware. No, but just going to page 11 of your statement of intent, you talk about your board committees. The board maintains a number of standing committees that focus on particular areas of the board's responsibilities. These include audit and risk, and that's the only one. So is that the only, how's your board structure actually operated? Do you run a committee of the whole, or what's?
I can probably answer that one. The audit and risk committee is the board as a whole. We make that part of our most board meetings, so that it's right up there with everybody. We have the remuneration committee, which is usually the chair and the chair of the audit and risk. The audit and risk committee chair is different to the board chair as part of the board structure. And in my brief experience over the last 3 years, I think that's worked very well.
Yeah, thanks, George. Yeah, because remuneration was in small type, not big type, I thought that was just come under the audit, finance and risk, which is a big black heading. So I assumed that was under the same committee. So thanks for clarifying that. So, but just on that point, so things other committees, like for example capital expenditure, those things are all done by the board as a whole.
There's some CapEx organised as part of the budget at the start of the year, and some things are approved. Anything major or anything above minor really comes back with a calculation on what the cost is, what the payback period is, why we're buying it, and that goes to the full board over a certain amount of dollars, and gets approved or or not, as the case may be. General expenses are approved as part of the budget ongoing, as part of running the business. But anything major, as far as plant goes, is re-looked at, and anything further major than that, purchase of land, sale of land, construction of buildings, etc., goes to the board.
Thank you. Councillor Tevendale.
Thank you for this. It's really good. Just on page 5 there, you talk about a lot of different aims and goals, I guess, and one of them that you do mention at the end, developing its people to their potential. And I just want to sort of know that you are putting a bit of an emphasis, I guess, on looking at where your shortages may be in skills and things, and being proactive about whether it's training up your people you've got now, or looking at bringing up people up through the ranks to you know, address the skill shortages that are no doubt going to be faced by the company in the future.
Thank you. Yes, I guess the current environment with staff shortage is hurting the whole industry, and it's very much a we're sort of reaping what we haven't sowed in the past 20 years by not training our people, and a lot of that is a result of lowest price tendering. It's just been a race to the bottom. We're spending a lot of money, not a lot of money, but putting a lot of time into developing training plans for people right throughout the business, so people can understand where they're heading to, and looking at what skills they need and where the gaps are in that. So we are also developing a plan to engage with our Waitaki, the Runanga there, to engage with them more and get the youth on board. We're using Connexus, their structure for level 2 upwards, and that also feeds into civil trades after 4,000 hours. So at the end of it, you can end up with an adult apprenticeship in the civil construction sector. So yes, we are. Yeah.
Just through the chair, I think that's fantastic. And I guess just keep in mind things like we've got our Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, which is trying to get people that aren't currently in work into work, but also just keeping in touch with us around, I guess, ongoing education opportunities and things, because I think if we keep as a sector talking about those kind of issues and where the gaps might be, we might as a community be able to find ways to address them. So I just think sometimes not keeping it too internal and making sure we're looking externally as to how as a community we can chase, address some of the challenges.
Councillor Halalani.
Yes, through the chair, I was just going to mention what Councillor Tevendale has talked about, just in terms of point 2 on the letter of expectation around developing and undertaking business activities to support our overall wellbeing objectives. I think in terms of overall training and workforce development, that's something that we're quite keen to hear on in terms of your progress, and leveraging the support of the community as well to help grow and support that capacity that you are looking at. So yeah, I just wanted to be intentional about that piece of work that's really important to us. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments from anyone? No. Okay. Paul, do you want to respond overall?
I guess my comments before about achieving the 30 or 35 million, we do see some good opportunities in the market going forward. Things are tough out there at the moment, but I think with what's going on nationwide with the 3 waters, and also locally as well with the opportunities here in the roading sector as well. So there are opportunities there, and I think that the community and the Waitaki will benefit if Whitestone is busy in the Waitaki community. There's no point in us being flat out in other areas and not being very busy here. So we need to be here to drive the economic growth. So
no, it's certainly appreciated, and flat out everywhere would be great. But yeah, you've taken a step into Central Otago and established a foothold there, which is great to see. yeah, but it is about being strategic about where you do your work and, you know, what's easily manageable and what actually costs you more money to manage. I would imagine those decisions come into a lot of that. Yeah, councillors, nothing else? No? Okay, well, thank you very much to the three of you for coming in today. It's appreciated. And yeah, hopefully the next 2 days are very productive ones for you as you finish off the financial year. Thank you very much. Okay, next up we've got the Merrimut Airfield, but we've got Clive Geddes who's going to be joining us via Zoom. So what we might do is he's due 10 minutes from now, but maybe direct your attention to my report, which is on page 37, and we can perhaps look at part of that. We'll attempt to get through a little bit more of that, the report overall. So it was quite a lengthy report, sorry. But there was a heck of a lot of big things to talk about. So what I'll do is just ask you to go straight to the section on that talks about Rural and Provincial Forum and the presentation we had on forestry, community wellbeing and a rates review presented by Wairua District Council and more in particular the lawyer that acted for them in their case. The legal case was very important to the sector because it was the forestry industry challenging the right of a council to rate particular parts of their community for particular things and what process that they went through to do that. And they were challenged through court. They won that process, won that court case. It's now being appealed, and that's going to cost Wairua, which is a very small council, quite a bit more, but it's nationally significant. We have discussed this at National LGNZ National Council yesterday, and there's certainly the intent that this is an emerging issue and one that there is some funds there for, but equally, you know, the opportunity is there for other councils to help contribute. This is something that we've been through in creating a differential within our forestry sector around our roading, which is given a thrashing when it comes time to harvest. But the case goes beyond that. It's looking at wellbeing of communities and charging the forestry sector for some of the social damage, if you like to call it that they can do along the way. I had CE, Councillor Haley and Councillor Tavendale all at the RMP forum, so just invite any of them to make comment on it as well.
I was just wanting to say that I was really impressed by this presentation and just the work that they had done. And we've gone some way into that, but I think it's something that I would love to see us as a national collective do a lot more, whether it's through LGNZ or another way. But quite often we do hear that we don't have the ability to challenge X, Y, and Z because you know, the cost of bringing it out in court. And I think quite often when a council is the first to step into an argument, they lose because they have to pull out, or otherwise there's a lot for that one council to take on board. And I think if we work together a bit more, if for areas of national importance or that areas that are shared by a number of councils, it's really good to see councils working together and being proactive in that area. So I really support what Mayor's put up here for supporting Wairua, because we were lucky, I guess, through one that we didn't get challenged. We didn't go as far, obviously, as Wairua did, but if we'd been challenged, we may have been the case being held up at a national level as a way to deal with certain problems, but we also might have had the cost implications that went with it.
Thank you. Councillor Halaleli.
Yes, I think it was a really good opportunity just to leverage on the collective impact of the forum and having all the respective councils there that are part of it. It was quite helpful, I feel, for them to come to some alignment, which has been missing, especially over the COVID disruptions as well. So I think it just signals, like another type of model that it could be strengthened when rural provincial kind of gather together and align the thinking just to support each other. So I thought that was a good opportunity.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Gary, I think it's your prerogative and you're entitled to move your own recommendation. I'd happily second it if you did, but I'd just make a couple of comments. First of all, I think the legal action is probably a delaying tactic because I'm pretty sure, Paul, the North Shore decision essentially on rating and differentials and the like, didn't essentially the court rule in that case that councils could actually impose whatever differentials or rates they chose as long as they'd gone through the process. So the court essentially washed its hands of arbitrating the merits of differentials and the like. Beyond that, I would just say with some sadness, I thought I heard from your comment, Gary, that LG&Z sort of said, well, yes, there might be some money. I'd personally like to see the organisation come to the party as well as individual councils in the rural and provincial sector. So are they actually going to give some money towards this?
Yes. Yeah, it was, there wasn't a discussion of quantum, but there was definitely support that this should happen. We've got to be mindful that we're not buying into every fight that every council has, but this is something that is precedent setting and it's really important for the whole sector. Particularly important for rural and provincial because it tends to be our councils that get the forests grown in them and have the greater social impact through loss of people off the land, etc. So that was considered to why it was brought up at rural and provincial, and it was actually Mayor Cadogan from Central Otago who said, well, if every council chips in $1,000 or $2,000, that'll pay for the costs. Well, for us, $2,000 isn't a lot, so that's what I'm suggesting. We'll find where it comes from. I only have a little fund. Others have larger ones. No, it's probably a rating matter, so we'll take it out of. Mr. Hope will suggest where it might come from. But it's basically that we do. So I'll move that we do agree that council agrees to contribute $2,000 to the legal costs of Wairoa District Council for the defence of their decision to rate forestry land to help fund community wellbeing initiatives. Thank you, Councillor Hopkins, seconding that. So is there any further discussion?
$2,000 does sound like a drop in the ocean, and but if that was the amount that was sort of indicated by Mayor Cadogan, then I guess that's where we're at. So I am with it.
Yeah, I think if LG&Z, happy to put a dollop in there, I think it would be rare for them to be looking at full costs or anything, and a council has to, stump up some of the money themselves. But if this is passed today, my intention is actually to email the rest of the rural and provincial councils, so around 55 councils altogether, and let them know what we've done and just encourage them to do the same. So with that, I'll put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we're now going to go back to the previous item for our CCOs. We've got Clive Geddes joining us online with the Marama Airfield Limited statement of intent. So good afternoon, Clive. Welcome to you. Oh, you've just gone back on mute. No, he's right.
Right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your worship and councillors and executive.
How are you doing, Clive?
Pretty good. Yourselves?
That's very good.
Good.
Yeah, just having a very full day today, but
I'm sure you
great
are.
to see you. So, yeah, if you'd just like to speak to your statement of intent, obviously we sent a letter of expectation to
Yes.
the company. You've responded through this, and happy for you to talk about it.
Sure. A large part of the statement of intent is a ditto repeat on previous years, because the nature of the company is such that there are not large changes from year to year, except, of course, as we've noted in the past, in the revenue line over the last 3 years. However, what we have included in the statement of intent for the 22-23 year are most of the expectations identified in the letter of expectation that the shareholders jointly put to the company. And I'm happy to answer any questions on any of those specifically, but I say in part because there are one or two things in that statement, in the letter of expectation, Your Worship, that are difficult for us as a small company to construct. And for example, a corporate social responsibility policy and approach that in particular defines how the company will support the Waitaki community being a good and responsible corporate citizen. And that was point 323 in the letter of expectation. And we think that points, if we deliver points 2.1, 2.2 and 2.4, then in effect, that's what we've done without having to write a corporate social policy for such a small company. We do make an effort wherever possible to use local resources, given the constraint that is upon us by our own policy to seek for major expenditure items 3 quotes, and of course the obligations under the Companies Act. But to date, the majority of work on the airfield is done by Omarama or North Otago based contractors, and it is only when a service is not available locally that we go outside. And an example of that is that we are currently having to revisit the irrigation bore, and we're accessing expertise from Timaru for that. In terms of the expectation for the financial expectation for the coming year, we are increasingly optimistic, even more optimistic than we were, Your Worship, when we met some months ago. We're getting some really positive feedback, particularly from the England and German glider communities, that there is a lot of pent-up desire to fly out of Omarama in the coming year. We have 2 well-established professional English coaches who will be based in Omarama for 4 months, and they will be attracting clientele. And we have a reconfirmation of the provision of launch services, which is a big weight off our mind, certainly for the coming summer. So we are optimistic about having a positive and constructive financial year. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. And yeah, good to hear that we update on that interest from overseas. There's a lot of great photography coming out of the Omarama area at the moment, with all the hoarfrosts and so on. They won't have to experience those minus 10, minus 11 degree temperatures if they come in summer. But you know, it all adds to the attraction of coming to a pretty special place.
Yep.
Right, councillors, have you got any questions? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, look, Clive, thank you for the clarification regarding the use of local supply chains and business services. And I'm not sure if this question should be directed to you or to Paul, but it did occur to me that the word feasible is a bit problematic, because in theory, the moment you get a local supply chain or business service offering to assist the airport, then they should be utilised, because the fact that the offer is made demonstrates feasibility. But we have a procurement policy that says that preference for locals has to be
a 5% cost margin.
Hmm.
So I would have thought that it might have been better for us to say local supply chains and business services are utilised subject to the council's procurement policy, rather than just the word feasible. What do either you, Clive, or you, Paul, have any comment?
Well, from the company's point of view, Councillor Hopkins, it's our obligations are quite clear under both the company policy and the Companies Act. Is we run the risk of bias or accusations of bias if we do not abide by the policy that we have, which is for matters of major expenditure, we are required to seek 3 competitive quotes from the open market. Now, you could argue that that does not oblige us to accept any one of those quotes, but and that theoretically, a quote from a local supplier that was higher than a non-local supplier could be accepted on the basis that we were supporting local industry. I'm not aware that to date that circumstance has arisen. We're pretty comfortable that for much of the work that is under our major purchase threshold, we are able to tap into a Maribor-based spraying, fencing, cultivation and earthworks contractors. And I suppose the packages of work we have are almost always that small that we are able to use local people. And of course, that is an absolute convenience to both parties. And that has to be taken into account as well.
Yeah, just I would be very hesitant to refer to our procurement policy in relation to OAL, because it is very much designed for a large corporate entity. If we did adjust the wording, it would be really reflecting the situation that Mr. Geddes has just outlined, and that we'd refer instead to good procurement practice. And something a little more generic, because our procurement policy is quite administratively heavy in some places, and I think the steps that Mr. Geddes has outlined is entirely appropriate for an entity of that size.
Okay, councillors, anything else?
Very quickly to clarify, then, are you suggesting we add those words? Are utilised in accordance with good procurement practice or something like that?
It sounds like they've got one. I'm pretty happy with what their practice is. I don't think we need to be more explicit. I mean, we want to run the company, we hop on the board. We've got some good commercial people on the board who, have got quite a few clues. And, and what you've described, Clive, is that actually, that is good. You try and use locals where you can. It's a limited number of locals in your market for some things that you might want to do, but where you've got them, you're using them, and that's positive. And you obviously, when you have such a tiny budget, in comparison, it's something you've got to spend every dollar as smartly as you can.
That is correct, Your Worship. I think just for added comfort, there is the fact that we are managing an airfield, and usually works that arise that are not planned or not anticipated need to be dealt with on an urgent basis. And in that circumstance, there is very little option except to engage with the local contracting community for remedial work when it arises.
No, good as gold. Well, there's nothing else. Thank you very much for joining us, Clive. We'll be receiving this information along with the other statements of intent when we've heard from Waitaki District Health Services next. So thank you for the work that you are doing. I know it's not exactly the highest remunerated directorship in the country when you receive nothing for it, but your work and the work of your fellow directors is always appreciated. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll pass your thanks on to the other directors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, councillors, we're going to have Waitaki District Health Services turning up in person. They're not here yet, Paul? No. So how's the time going? They won't be too far away. We'll just what we might do is if you don't mind jumping around that a little bit, to go back to my mayor's report. And this time, if we mentioned the Wairoa case, which was part of rural and provincial, and I'm just going to ask Deputy Mayor and Councillor Halaleli to summarise or to speak about their experience at rural and provincial, and just share a little bit more information from that. So, do you want to start?
Sure. So I based my report very much on just, it was not quite verbatim, but a good actual note of exactly what happened, because I think sometimes you can get a bit of a message back from whoever listened to it, but to have a bit more of a clear understanding of what was asked and what was covered off, I thought was helpful in this occasion. Certainly found around Minister Mahuta's delivery that things started off a little bit frosty, but I think following a lot of the question and answer session, she certainly had calmed an audience, and you know the question and answers were quite handy to have. It's fair to say, like after that day, we did have the spokesperson from National for Local Government come and speak to us, and you know, to announce that essentially they would be going in a different direction with Three Waters, and that whatever decisions were made would be changed. He probably didn't get quite the response I think he was looking for, and the fact that he still wasn't saying it would go back. And I think that there has been a lot of acknowledgement along the way that there's a lot of affordability issues, and that we do need to work together in some way. It's just whether or not what Three Waters at the moment is looking like is right for our communities and gives us the voice we need. And so I think people didn't want to see necessarily us go back to the drawing board and start that again. It was heartening to hear that basically the regulator side of things was supported by both parties and would stay. I think that right back to it, that's been one of the issues that we've grappled with. The reason why we potentially haven't done some of the work we've had to do along the way is because it hasn't been strongly regulated, and essentially there was some easy out. So yeah, some really good stuff. I think Future for Local Government was a strong discussion right the way through, but I guess it sits uncomfortable at the moment when you've got a sector that's not all on the same page when it comes to Three Waters and how we deal with Three Waters as a sector. And so, you know, other topics are probably a little bit challenged at the moment. So that sort of covers what you want.
Yeah, thanks for that. And yeah, it's funny what you take from someone. I wasn't overly impressed with Simon Watts. He didn't seem to be on the mark with some of the things, despite the fact that he has been to 30 or so councils. But he is still learning, and it's been a fairly steep learning curve. So we'll give him a little bit of grace there. I mentioned Mayor Tim Cadogan before. Did hear his summary on a live stream that yeah, he thought Simon Watts performed really well. So you know, from someone who's possibly not a National Party supporter, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter who's in those roles. We need to make sure we've got people who actually understand the sectors and are making an effort, and that's definitely one of the things that Simon's doing is taking the time to learn the sector. So, Councillor Wallstein.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor, Tim Mel, for your report. I'm just reading through the question and answer session, the answers from Minister Mahuta. My feeling on reading them was that she gave very political answers. She didn't answer one question. She just dodged around the scene and stepped sideways and then moved on to the next question. So I think the responses were very disappointing.
Yeah, I think, I guess it's the way she delivered some of the things was part of it. You know, and she read a speech, and then she definitely warmed up a lot with the Q&A. There was quite a few people afterwards, you know, just next time needs to not have the speech, just go straight to Q&A. She did show she was knowledgeable, and I think there was definitely some things I didn't agree with, but she at least, was well informed on things. And I think that was one of the things which probably helped, plus also the fact that, she was in the same room, and, just the difference that made compared to being on a Zoom or watching someone on a video or whatever. It was, the opportunity to really properly interact and engage was to say that people were necessarily agreeing with it. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I suppose a comment to you and Mel and Hannah. It does trouble me when I see things like Alex Walker, who is co-chair, and I think he represents the rural councils, saying, provincial.
She.
Sorry, Alex. Oh, forgive me. Yes, of course. It does trouble me when local government leaders say things like, as she is quoted as saying in your report, we all know the status quo is unsustainable. The status quo is largely unsustainable because government has set very high standards in response to the Havelock North incident, not only set them, but imposed means by which they are to be achieved, and paid no heed to the affordability of those solutions for smaller councils and communities. So I think the unsustainability has been in large measure created by central government. But the question I would have to Mel or to you, or perhaps to Alex, you talk about the Water Services Entity Bill, which has been introduced to Parliament, and your report, Mel, says submissions to the bill close on Friday, 22 July. Are we going to make a submission on our own behalf?
Yes. I believe we are. We should. It'd be certainly my recommendation is that we do. It was a topic at the National Council meeting as a submission that LGNZ will make on that. I also talked to Sam Broughton, Mayor of Selwyn and Chair of the Canterbury Mayoral Forum. As you may be aware, in Canterbury, there's probably, I don't know whether it's 50-50 membership of Communities for Local Democracy versus those not in there, trying to actually make a submission where everyone agrees on it. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy for LGNZ. So it's about acknowledging there's not a single view on all of these things. And yeah, it's just the situation that we've got. Yeah.
And from what I've seen, I guess, of a lot of the discussions at national level and possibly even around this table, is that we may all have a different view on what the answer is, but there has been a few underlying issues that we've said that we do agree on, and the need that something to change has been something that has come through really strongly at a national level, that councils tended to agree that what we were doing right now wasn't sustainable. So I take your point, Councillor Hopkins, but I do think that as far as that can be teased out, because obviously you're not going to get that agreement from every single councillor across the country, but the general direction from councils was that there was an understanding that that wasn't sustainable and that something needs to happen. So I guess it's just operating off that backstop, not necessarily saying from there that we all agree on what that's going to look like in the future.
Councillor Halalali, do you want to comment on your report that you've made?
Yep, sure. I guess I just wanted to tackle probably one of the most challenging issues that's happening at the moment, and that's around co-governance. But I think it was a good example of how councils can work together with mana whenua by using the model of mana whakahono, and it's just something that we could maybe consider strengthening. Just around cultivating and strengthening the relationships that we have with mana whenua, because we actually really have the same values in terms of what we want to achieve for that community overall. So I guess that's what my take on that presentation that was from the Taupo District Council.
Yeah, it was a really interesting presentation. I've seen Tina Perot in action elsewhere with on Three Waters and so on. if, you know, that she was able to articulate things so well on that. Really, the government should have had her leading the publicity campaign on what Three Waters meant. And I think we saw that again at RMP and along with Gareth Green. You know, they talked about the process they went through. It was really you know, I think if you're going through a process like this, that's definitely the way to do it, fully engaging with each other and acting in real partnership to make it happen. Any comments or questions for Hannah? Councillor Wallstein.
Yeah, thank you, Hannah, for your report. And I was interested to read about the co-governance, and you talks about Turangi Township. I just wonder, but you say in the report that the co-governance committee made up of equal representation from council in Ngāti, Turangi, Tukua, something, and but just comparing the communities in that area, that part of New Zealand, and the communities in Waitaki, there've been a entirely different mix of ethnic backgrounds. So is that totally applicable to a district like Waitaki?
I think the fundamentals, you know, like of the model are something that we could take away from it. And while acknowledging that we do have a whole mixed range of different ethnicities and different groups and things, we can still be quite respectful in how we engage and work together. But we still need to acknowledge the special relationship that Māori have with the Crown. And that's just something that hasn't been well articulated or practiced over time. And this is going back over 180 years. So I think it's just around making sure that both sides of the story are really understood properly and the community are really well informed before they come to judgments. We don't have to be fearful about it. We already have established, you know, like a good basis and foundation to have a good relationship with our local rūnaka, and that's just something that we could continue to build on by using these iwi participation tools that are provided through this particular model. So while we don't have to replicate the exact same process that they did, there are still some really good takeaways that we could apply here locally, and then we just apply it to how we would roll here.
Yeah, I think what the example that they spoke about offered us was actually, it put it into a much more current context around having land taken and you know, some sacred places actually destroyed and a township built on it, and the fact that, you know, both the presenters, you know, had relatives or knew people who owned property, who lived on, you know, or, you know, basically may have had their family members buried in an area and so on, that then gets cleared and houses built on top of it. And, you know, to have that in living memory, I think just really emphasised that, you know, some pretty majorly serious wrongs were done, and this process that they went through was a very healing experience. And some would say, well, you know, if it doesn't really matter whether it was 50 years ago or 150 years ago, if those wrongs haven't been righted. And you know, without getting too woke or anything, it was just about actually understanding that, you know, hurt can go on for generations, and, you know, how do you actually get past that? So yeah, it was good, and to have two really good presenters give it to tell us the message was very helpful. So that's about it. Okay, well, we've got Waitaki District Health Services here. So if we go back to item 6.9 and go to Waitaki District Health Services, statement of intent on whatever page that'll be, it'll be 260 or something like that. Sorry? 248. So if you can go to there, and as soon as we've done that, so welcome Chair of the Board, Helen Elgar, and CEO Keith Marshall. Welcome, and basically hand over to you.
Thank you. Through the chair, I thought I'd give a really brief overview. I'm aware you've all had a really full day, and then we will be happy to take questions if everybody's happy with that approach. So we are pleased to present our SOI. This statement of intent follows on from the shareholder letter of expectation and from our draft SOI. We believe that we've encapsulated the direction provided by that letter of expectation. Clearly, there are no financials, but the shareholder is aware of some of the things that we're grappling with at the moment. We will bring a full report to council in August. You will also note the key change in the SOI is the removal of all references to Observatory Village, which is in line with previous discussions and our subsequent joint submission to the Office of the Auditor General to have that reviewed. So that's a very brief overview, and we're happy to take questions.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Tavendale first. Not a question.
Not a question, just a missed conflict from the start of the meeting, which yeah, just obviously I'm a director on the hospital board. There's a few things going on, sorry.
Thank you. All right. Frequent flyer. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, look, a couple of things, and it's as much to Paul as to Helen and Keith. I still remain troubled by the word feasible and the shareholder expectations. This is relating to where feasible local supply chains and business services. I still believe there should be an affordability framework built into that. I don't like the word feasible, it's just too general. But the more specific question I have relates to page, sorry, it doesn't show what page it is, but it's the last of the pages signed by you, Keith. It is our hope that cash flow support. So you're flagging the fact that you're going to need money from the council in the coming financial year as the necessary financial turnaround is worked through. So I hope that it might be affected in the form of a cash advance via loan mechanism. Taking that pragmatic approach, we believe council will not be unduly or adversely affected. I guess what I'm asking is, what kind of bill are you planning to send us? And I mean, yeah, how big is it going to be, and how loud is our gas going to be?
I think it's probably, given that you haven't actually quite finished the financial year, you've still got some reserves from the trust. I just don't think it's fair to ask that quite at the moment. But does it say the amount in there? No. You're asking for an indication of the amount. So it's at the moment that, I mean, this is just a letter to us signalling that, you know, things are not fixed, and they need to fix it. So this is about the statement of intent and what they are going to be delivering. And if we can focus on that at the moment, that would be helpful. You know, certainly indications are there's still a lot of challenges, but to be fair to Keith, I think he's doing a lot of work unbundling some of those challenges and actually getting to the bottom of them. So I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Keith.
So I'll start with the easy part about the feasible purchase and supply things. I think, you know, we're happy to work in whatever works sensibly in terms of purchasing and supplies as they, and that to me is okay. I'm relaxed about the open ended. The better we can take advantage of some of those things, the better. So the more pressing and more difficult question is around how loud will your gas be? I guess is I would like to address that when we are able to just present to you the whole of the financial review process that we've been through and all of the outcomes that we've identified in the course of that. So that was a comprehensive bottom-up tearing apart of the organisation and looking at all of those financial management issues going back quite a number of years. And that stocktake is something I want to bring here. Right now, we are still in the middle of working through what a working budget might look like for next year. And the reason that we're only still in that working phase is because of the array of issues that we've uncovered in the course of doing that financial review. How big will your gas be? Well, I guess I don't really want to own decisions you make about how deep you draw breath.
But the puzzle that we're grappling with at the moment is not an easy one, and it has emerged over an extended period of time. Not to scare you unduly. It's manageable and doable, and it is not outside the potential bounds of what we've already been talking to council about over previous years around cash flow support.
Yeah, okay. I do have a supplementary question. I like the answer. I think it kind of can briefly summarise, brace yourselves. But anyway, putting that aside for the moment, when are we going to see the comprehensive financial statement, do you think? Because I think it's very important, as much to the community as to us.
Absolutely, and that has been the concern of the board and myself from the outside. You know, once we started identifying some of the pressing nature of those problems, having that independent hard look at what was happening was pretty critical. You will see that at the next council meeting. Paul's given me a deadline date to work to by which I have to have some papers to you, and I am complying as instructed.
The wee bit of positive is that the loan that the hospital did have with us has been repaid, isn't it? Yes.
And the other positive is, as a result of repatriating those funds from Observatory Village back to the health services, means that we will actually be posting a surplus this year.
Financial systems. Yeah. Councillor Wolfstein.
Yeah, thanks, Keith. I noticed that comment in your letter. What I would say is you won't with that repayment, which is a loan repayment, capital, you won't actually produce a trading surplus. You'll produce a cash flow surplus. I think there's quite a big difference.
Helen and I had this conversation not so long ago today, as it turns out. And there's the advantage of some accountancy skills around the council table, just so everybody knows for the future of local government that this is an important feature of local government. For the company, yes, and yes. Yes, and yes. For the company, it will be a surplus. And the reason for that is, if you think about the nature of the loan holdings that were taken at the time, they were held as a loan by the trust, and the intention was to repatriate that back to the company as a donation. How was that for the accountants?
Yeah. So a loan which was made by the trust, the money went back to the trust, but then the money went as new money into the company.
So not wanting to regurgitate the history of something which other people will know at least as well as I do, there were an array of legal and financial instruments struck at the time. The trust advanced the money through to Observatory Village Community Trust by way of a loan. The source of those funds was from the surpluses of leftover cash funds not reinvested into the company at the time as a result of the DHB funding. So the line in accounting terms between the trust and the company was always kind of a bit, not nebulous, but entangled with the legal instruments that set those two things up. And so when we unentangle those, it might look equally opaque when we look at how the conversion of the donation takes place. But I think the core thing for elected members, non-accountants around the table, the funds that we use to advance to Observatory Village were in fact Crown funds that would otherwise have gone to the funding and support of the company. They've been repatriated back.
Councillors, any other questions? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, look, so there is one, perhaps it's to Helen as much. The very first page of your letter talks about the resourcing pressure being acute and having a major impact on services, especially in relation to nursing and medical staff, big financial impact as well. So, I mean, short term, what is the prognosis in terms of delivering services and the like?
this was, I suppose, you know, you've had a tough day, and I don't want to, you're already worried about the size of the gasp you're going to get from us next month. And I'm kind of a bit worried about talking about the actual state of affairs at the moment. Right now, we are really, really scrambling around, particularly around our ED and the ability to keep that open. Our nursing resources are incredibly short. We are managing roster to roster on a shift by shift basis, that is day to day, every 8-hour shift. We had 3 nurses go down on the weekend with COVID. And I can tell you right now that a couple of people have been carrying doubles and swings to try and make that work. We had 2 doctors go down on Saturday with COVID, and that left us short of 1 doctor for pretty much the balance of this week. Stu covered 29 hours on the trot on Sunday, including doing triage most of Monday when we had a backup doctor in the ward. Things are tight. How quickly will those ease? Those will ease. So we are looking at a bit of respite from Dunedin and Timaru public hospitals, and this is the advantage of at least of a wider public service that we can draw on, and fingers crossed that will get better under Health New Zealand, where we don't have a hard boundary up at the river. But it's really tight. Those hospitals, the phones are diverted at Lakes and Dunstan because actually they're in the same problem in terms of those things. We're just starting to see the run into what we call the winter respiratory peak. That is where all the winter respiratory illnesses start hitting home, and they are starting to hit us right now. Yep, it's pretty grim. What's the prognosis for that? We have a new doctor starting in first week in August. I think that will ease a bit of a burden on the medical rosters. We've got some good prospects for some people coming on fixed term and on a locum cover basis, which will ease some of the rosters generally around the medical thing. We have the prospect of probably another 7 to 9 foreign nurses able to join the staff in the next wee while as well. That will make a big difference into the rosters. And numbers wise, just because the board is sick of hearing these numbers, but I'll run them out for the benefit of people who aren't sick of hearing them. Our baseline roster with no leave provisions in it is 16.8 FTEs for our nursing rosters. So that's with no leave provisions included. We're currently running those rosters with 11 FTEs. Our medical roster is 8.1. We are currently running that roster on 5. So that's when you say, what's the prognosis for this? It will ease because we know winter respiratories come to an end. We know that there are some more nursing and medical resources coming into the country, but this is hard work right now. Not to take the shine off your day. We're doing, you know, and I think what I haven't done, Helen keeps kicking me to say, you know, there are an amazing group of people doing what is required to keep this going. Right now, there are people down there who are just sitting on the back end of some bubbles, you know, so the commitment and the effort is there. And, you know, when we come back to talking about the dirty financials of this in a month's time, the one thing I will point you back to is it's that commitment that will get us through the financial nonsense to come out the other side, because that's the commitment we need to deliver the job.
So, yeah, what I saw there, Councillor Hopkins, wasn't a gasp. It was quite a big sigh, though, of sympathy. Yes.
I think they call that desperate. No, I was oozing.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, we're seeing these things right around the country. You know, we're seeing Dunedin Hospital having to cancel operations, you know, cancel visitations. There's just so many impacts that are happening, and obviously, you know, we're not immune here. I think we're really lucky to have some dedicated staff that are putting in some really extra yards to make sure that things are covered. So, you know, on our behalf, please pass on our sincere thanks to all of them that are working so hard. Yeah, they're just doing a really important job and serving the community so well. Thank you for that.
You know, I guess, you know, you haven't heard any of us talking about this. You haven't heard any of us talking about this publicly, and the reason for that is actually the community need to know we've got this. What the community do not need to do on top of everything else is hear about the stress and strains of that, particularly at a time when we're coming into a respiratory season. So cool, calm and collective, hashtag we've got this.
Keep it up. Okay, any other questions on the statement of intent? No. Okay.
If it helps, I'll pass around the puff off.
Jim takes his own medication. He did his research on it at university. Anyway, thank you, Helen and Keith for coming in and presenting here. I haven't actually let councillors know that we're not going to have the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs presentation today, Helen, which you are also involved in, but we'll schedule that for our next meeting. So again, apologies for having to postpone that one. Anyway, no, thank you very much. Keep up the great work and all the very best to everyone over at the hospital.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, councillors, if we have a motion at the recommendation at the start of this report to receive the information. Councillor Hopkins, you're moving that. Deputy Mayor Tavendale, you're seconding that. Thank you. Okay, those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. So that was a good wee session, I think, and just shows how we have influence on the companies that we own. Important for the community to know we don't run the companies, but we can give letters of expectation, which then companies can reflect in their statements of intent of what they're going to deliver to the community over the year. So hopefully that was helpful. Right, now if we just go back once again to Mayor's report, gift that keeps on giving, as I like to put it. As the CE charitably said, that's one view. No. If I said ex-CE, it'd be a different matter.
New resolutions right into this.
What happened to one team, Mr. Bartley?
Okay, so if we just go to my report, I will take it as read, just making a few comments on some specifics. The meeting with the taxpayer union and community was good, and I really did appreciate the two councillors who were there at the time, Councillor Kingan and Councillor Hopkins. But it was a good chance to engage, and that's something that I always welcome. And yeah, probably would make one comment, and I made the statement about rates bills going down with Three Waters. It wasn't that we're supporting Three Waters because it's going to make the overall costs go down, because inevitably the overall costs will go up. It's just the answer I gave was in the context of if you're not charged, if Waters goes off somewhere else and you're not charging for them, you're still going to keep your rates bill where it is. And it was very much no, that pretty much that amount will come off your rates invoice, because we're not doing it. And we're very mindful that our community still has those costs, and they're just going to be sent a bill in a separate way. It may be in the legislation that we still have to send the bill out for them. It won't be as part of the rates bill. It will be a separate invoice. But I've also said that we should be given the choice as to whether we actually participate in that or not. But it may be what we're legislated to do. Either way, rates invoices will come down. There has been some really good opportunities to talk about the future for local government reform directly with Prime Minister, Minister of Local Government, and a number of other ministers, and utilising the example of Mayor's Task Force for Jobs funding being cut, showing how that was really not a good example of how central government should treat us when actually something's working really well. Did hear later that the Prime Minister was straight on the phone to her Minister of Social Development and CE of MSD to see where things are at. So there's an ongoing discussion happening in the background on that one, and but firstly, at least keep the funding there that we've been getting across the 30 or so councils, but also look at extending it to more councils because we're actually achieving some pretty good goals for them. Rural and provincial was a really great opportunity for people to get back in the room together, and you know, there really was a feeling of excitement actually about to actually see people once more and not on a screen. And you know, there was so much improvement, I think, around relationships and so on, because you know, it has been quite a divide between, particularly around Three Waters, between those who are on the C4LD group and those who aren't. You know, and you know, to me, they're all still our colleagues, whether they're on there or not. We've actually still got a lot of similar thoughts on things, and you know, some of those things where I think tensions were eased in most cases, so that was quite good. We made a joint statement that came out of the rural and provincial, so between the rural chair and myself as provincial chair, and setting down some positions. The one particularly around roading was quite important, and that's being picked up again by National Council yesterday, to actually get on and, you know, really have the discussion properly with central government around, you know, if Waka Kotahi doesn't have the budgets for this, you know, how do we actually make sure that we can keep maintaining our roads to the standard that our people need them to be at, not just the standard that our co-funder can afford. You know, we want to put, we're willing to put more money in, but we need that co-investment to make it go as far as we are able to make it. And what else there? Just second last thing I'll mention is the local electoral advertising amendment bill. So this was a good wee win, something that I think the young elected members have been promoting, and it's gotten some reasonable traction, including having Deputy Mayor taking a public stand, being on national media and just talking about it. So well done to you, Mel. It has created an opportunity for the government to make a change in the electoral legislation, which means that residential addresses don't need to be on there. Technically, it wasn't residential addresses that were required. It was an address where people can find you at. But if you don't have a business address, or, you know, because it might be your employer and you don't want them turning up at your workplace or other reasons, you didn't have too many options other than a residential one. So having people turn up at your home in the current environment where there's a lot of abuse and so on wasn't ideal. Just going back to the climate change declaration, I need to address that in more detail because we've got a recommendation on that. Essentially what we've done is in 2015 there was LG&Z brought out a declaration. At the time, a number of mayors and regional council chairs signed that. To me, it was reminiscent of too many summits held at international resorts around the world, where a whole lot of world leaders fly in their jets, spend a whole lot of time talking, sign a bit of paper at the end, and, you know, make very little headway. It wasn't saying enough to be meaningful, but it was signing us up to some principles that I think were difficult, which, for example, around public transport and some of those things, which in a rural community, you know, where you don't have public transport, it's very difficult to deliver on. But in the meantime, there's been quite a bit of change. The government's brought out their adaptation bill, whatever it's policy statement, and you know, there's the various other bits and pieces that central government is doing, because they absolutely need to lead the charge it nationally, but I want us to take responsibility locally. And one of the key things that I'm putting, that I've put into my amended declaration is that we actually take a lot more responsibility within our own districts, because at the moment it doesn't require you to do anything, particularly in your district. You can rely on everyone else doing their thing. And, I get the feeling that, we, particularly in rural and provincial type councils, we're the ones that are losing farmland to forestry, to carbon forestry. We're having some of those impacts. It's affecting our economy. We're not able to develop our economy because if we're keeping emissions below certain levels, those developed areas, they've cornered the market on what the emissions are. And we can't do anything in our patch. So it's actually, if everyone sets the target of being, has net zero emissions or emission increases, then that is far more equitable. So if you're running a lot of vehicles and doing a lot of industry in one district, well, you've got to take some responsibility for that. You're benefiting from the economic side of it, look after the environmental side of it as well. So that's one of the things that I've built in there. So anyway, happy to take questions and comments. That particular one, obviously, I'm asking for a recommendation that we adopt the declaration, but happy to consider suggestions along the way. Deputy Mayor Tavendale.
Just on page 55, under the points for council commitments, you've put that we believe these actions may result in widespread and substantial benefits. I think when you use "we believe," you sort of temper it off, because it sort of shows that that's what we think. And if we're going to use "we believe," then I'd like to see us change the "may" to "will," because we believe that that's the change that will happen, or otherwise we take the tempering "we believe" out and leave the "may." I think it's just a little bit stronger. Personally.
Okay. Yeah. Well, a lot of it is amended from what was in there, but I think, I do think these will result. So I'm happy to change from "may" to "will" result. So,
yep. And I don't know if we're taking much, but just for my comments, I think in a lot of ways we were left behind when other councils signed this, and I took your points very much on things like public transport and what areas we actually had influence on. So it is really good to see that we've got something that we're signing up to indicate a direction and a dedication to something like that. So it's been a long time in the pipeline, but I'm really, really pleased to see it here, and I fully support it.
Yeah, to be fair, I think I first edited the initial version this couple of years ago. It's been sitting there and hasn't been progressed, but it was spurred along by the fact that actually, where I'd had government needs to do these things, government then did these things, and so it was an opportunity to actually recognise in an updated version of it that the government's taken some steps that I was hoping they would, and that's helpful. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Gary. I'm happy to support this. I make the point with at least one, I think, not insignificant change. I would make the general point that I do feel very sad for young people. I listened to the submissions from Yommaru's immediate kids on the Forester Heights, and just how much they've been told how little optimism they have about the future. And the brutal truth of the matter is the climate has changed, will change, and it always is changing. And warming may be better than cold. The medieval warm period was huge benefit. The population of Europe increased from 40 million to 60 million. The Little Ice Age from 1300 to the mid-19th century triggered 111 famines in France and probably caused the French Revolution. Our glaciers extended further than they had for 10,000 years. So that puts what's happening now into context, I would have thought. And I do think we need to actually accept that there are opportunities as well as challenges with climate change, not least because carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is actually a compost. It helps plants grow. It is plants' oxygen. And that's why there's a lot more CO2 in the atmosphere when the dinosaurs were here. And the reason that they were as big as they were was because there was so much more vegetation. Anyway, those matters aside, I agree with you that we need to take action locally. And I would just make the point that those councils that declare climate emergencies should, as a consequence, automatically and immediately withdraw all funding from tourism activities, because any promotion of unnecessary travel is actually antithetical to the notion of a climate emergency. But the one other point I would make in regard to us, on the second page under stewardship and kaitiakitanga, we're talking about guiding principles, and I like the idea that we're going to recommend important guiding principles. But what troubles me is that what we've got at the moment, these guiding principles are established within the Treaty of Waitaki, Resource Management Act, Local Government Act, Civil Defence and Emergency Management, Oslo Principles, Principles of Fundamental Justice, New Zealand Local Government Leaders, Climate Change Declaration. I would have thought we should have the Paris Accord in there. I really do seriously suggest that. The Paris Accord was the last meaningful international agreement. The one in Glasgow was pretty diluted because Chinese and the Russians and the Indians and the Brazilians and the Saudi Arabians kneecapped it anyway. But I think the Paris Accord should be in there, not least because of Article 2, which says that what you do to deal with climate change doesn't adversely impact food production. And given the importance of agriculture in our area, I really would like to see the Paris Accord included in our guiding principles. So I would actually urge that we add that to the list of principles or documents within which the principles are established.
Okay. Yeah, no, I wasn't at Paris for that one. So, yeah, I guess that's part of what I'm trying to get at is, we need to be able to carry on our economies, but look at our overall emissions and say, where are we at with them? So I think if that's the part of it that says that, farmers need to farm better in many respects, or some respects, and there's improving understanding of science around what you feed animals, how you look after them, and so on. So, I mean, there's some things like that that's happening. There's the debate, which I haven't got my head around really, versus about carbon dioxide versus methane and so on, and long-lived, short-lived gases, and the issues around that. So yeah, if you're happy that we just look into that a bit more as to whether it should be included, and leave it at that for the moment, then yeah. I'm sure there's no typos, Councillor Hopkins. Councillor Tavendale.
In support of the dinosaurs out there, can I just move that we adopt this?
Okay, moving, Councillor Tavendale, second, Councillor Hopkins. Any further discussion on that particular one? Okay, those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? It's carried. Thank you. Just as far as the rest of the report goes, is there any other comments?
Sorry, I just did have one quite seriously. It's sad to see the Ministry of Social Development cutting funding for the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs from 14 to 8 million. You say that Jacinda got on the phone, but it sounds from what you've just told us today as if nothing as yet has happened. The money, that 6 million hasn't been reinstated. Is that right or not?
Discussions are ongoing between LG&Z, which looks after Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, and government. So it's sounding more positive than it did at that stage, that's for sure.
Thank you.
Councillor Wallstein.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gary. Just top of page 45, Stuart Crosby, LG&Z President of the Rural and Provincial, added the challenges that we are confronted with have built up over several decades, and we shouldn't look to fix it all in a handful of years. Everyone agrees this pace of change needs to slow down. My question is, were there any ministers there at the time, and what was their reaction to that statement by Stuart Crosby?
Well, this was really part of the media release, and I think it reflected the general comment that everyone is just overwhelmed with reform work when they're trying to get on with business as usual, which even the business as usual is busier than usual. So that's, yeah, it was a statement in support of that. But this, it did get picked up by media. It was put out as an op-ed both on LGNZ site, but to media outlets, and I think it was Radio New Zealand picked it up and called me about it. And yeah, they picked up a particular angle, which was really, you know, as we're all rushing to try and deal with all these things, we've also got central government flogging our staff as they're trying to gear up to do all these things. And it's just a, you know, it's a spiral to the bottom if we keep doing that. So yeah, as far as it goes, I think, you know, we are continually giving that message, and we did it in the central government, local government forum, where the whole National Council met with central government cabinet. It was repeated as part of our rural and provincial focused central government, local government forum, and Stuart Crosby meets with Minister Mahuta at least monthly. I think it might be fortnightly. And I'm quite confident that he's repeating that as well. So yeah, we're trying to get it around, you know, the message clear to as much of cabinet as possible. And you know, when we have opportunities, I mean, we met with Rachel Brooking a while ago here. She came MP, Labor MP from Dunedin, came up, and you know, I talked about, you know, she was particularly focused on resource management reform, and I just said, you know, we're just a bit overwhelmed. It was a surprise to her. But I mean, that just shows we really need to keep that message on, that we're not against reform, we're not against change, but it just needs to be managed much better. And, you know, so that, yeah, it's a matter of getting that message across continually.
I'll just respond, Gary. Thank you. You raised a point on the way through regarding staffing. And in the questions and answers to Minister Mahuta, there was a question there about government taking staff off local government, central government taking staff off local government. And her response was that pressures amongst councils are the same as the central government. We have poached out of necessity. Very sympathetic response. Doesn't she think that the staff are necessary for local government as well? But
yeah, I guess it's probably what we'd say to a council, that we steal staff from too. We don't want to take their staff. It's kind of what we're, as I say, it's a spiral down to the bottom. How do we import more? How do we train up more? There's a real need right now. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, just going back to the discussion about you're trying to get out there the argument for everything to slow down. My only concern is focusing on that argument. That I mean, our political cycle and our political environment, it's just not achievable. And so that argument's going to fall on deaf ears, because they've got to do what they've got to do. So I don't think it's the strongest argument for you to be pushing at that level.
It's definitely hand in hand with that discussion around 4-year terms. Well, some are saying 5-year. It's getting a bit tricky. Yeah, we put our CEs on 5-year terms, and that might be a bit long for some. I owed you that one. Yeah, but yeah, I don't think the government realised that they're doing lots of reforms, but how many impact on us? And you know, when there's so much engagement with mana whenua, how much impacts on them? There's certain parts of the community where there's a lot happening all at once, and so that's kind of the message as well. There's other parts where it's not so much. I mean, if you look at the health sector, they've got the major health reform going on. Yeah, we're in the midst of that as well, because we have Donor Hospital. And we have other interests in health locally. So yeah, I don't know that any of them really do the stock take and say, which sectors is this falling on more than others? And it's like, well, let's not do that one. We'll do some other one. Or how do we time things better? So you're not wrong, but it's just we just need them to actually look a bit more at that. It's along the same lines as, they'll come up with some great new policies. Treasury will cost it out for, what's the cost? What's the impact on central government? They don't look at the impact on local government about what the cost is going to be if central government get rid of something they're doing, pass it on to local government. So, there needs to be a better overview of what's happening and to whom.
Just on the poaching of staff, there was another question someone put, and she went into the poaching of staff, but the way my notes had it didn't make a lot of sense. But so I left that bit out. But essentially around that, she did expand a fair bit on the staff side of things and saying it's not just central government that is struggling, or not just us that's struggling, central government are as well, because they can't pay the private sector costs. But then she did go on to expand past that and say, talk about immigration and the fact they didn't want to rely entirely on that, and about the upskilling programs, and that was going to be a bit of a 5-year or minimum 5-year program in order to start, putting in place the education needed to get people to where we need them to be. So there was also a bit of a planned direction, I guess, that they had to work their way out of that, recognising that's a struggle. So I did miss that in some of my note taking, I'm afraid. I think I lost track somewhere in there.
Okay. Anything else? Right, so I'd like to move to receive the information. Secretary Tavendale, Secretary Councillor Kingan, welcome back, by the way, Councillor Kingan.
Nothing to explain the outlet for
we're held over the vote for Forester Heights. Have you got back? So.
Yeah, I know that my vote's trying to actually bring the level.
Okay, so moving second, we receive the information. For those just starting watching this, we haven't held over the vote. It did happen. So I'm going to put that we received the info. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. We now go to item 4, confirmation of minutes. There's a lot of value in keeping these.
6.10 first.
Oh, I took that one off. Sorry. 6.10. I thought you were just doing it. Okay. Sorry. Governance processes review on page 258. Okay. Mrs. Bailey.
Thank you. Given the scale of some of the conversation today, this one actually feels largely procedural, but is very important given the conversations that we've had. So I thought I'll briefly outline it. So following earlier discussions that we've had with elected members and the very clear direction and desire that you have for us to develop some alternate working arrangements for meetings and briefings and workshops, we've sought advice regarding the legality and the process needed to do this, hence the rather extensive list of recommendations in this report. They are the outcome of listening to what you've had to say and of that formal guidance, and therefore it's proposed that we trial this in advance of the elections on 8 October and working through the recommendations there, A to H. Basically then open to your questions, which the governance advisor as the author of this report and myself will have a crack at answering as we go through.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I trust other members have read the proposal as I have, and I'm on that basis more than happy to move that we adopt option 1 as recommended.
1, 2, and 3.
We'll take that.
If that's moving the recommendations on page 259, I'm happy to second the pro forma. I do have a couple of questions that may see slight changes.
We might just take it as notice. Well, let's get a couple of questions out of the way first, and we'll just clarify those. So,
Wasting
Keep,
time.
keep your, turn your microphone off and we won't waste so much time.
It's not entirely a waste
I
of
want
time.
you to
Look,
hear me muttering under my breath.
look, under G, creating a new council activities update event starting from 30 August to be held approximately every second month. My question and thought was, is that slightly too long? And should we be looking perhaps at a 6-weekly time frame for that? Because it is a long time to wait for group activity reports from all of those groups. The second question I had or suggestion was under H, and I get the logic of this. In an effort to reduce the current number of workshops, creating a new councillor workshop on a commencement date to be agreed to be held once each month, but not during a week where a council meeting is being held. I would suggest we add to that there, unless by prior agreement, because in all seriousness, what that means is that we're committed to meetings every Tuesday, if that stays as it is. Whereas on some occasions we might say, look, okay, it's a relatively light council agenda, let's have the workshop. It would be by prior agreement, so that would take into account the needs of people with school and the like. But I just think that it might be prudent to give us a little bit of flexibility in that regard, rather than commit us to having them on separate Tuesdays. That's all.
Yeah, I think the idea is none of this stops any of that happening, that things can be brought up along the way. What it's doing is setting a structure, and then, you know, it's up to elected members and or management as to, hey, look, we need an extra one in here or whatever. So, you know, council briefings aren't really mentioned in there. You know, my hope is that we would still be looking at most weeks having that time where we get to you know, share what each of us are up to and make sure everyone's on the same page. So there's that. I think probably the council activity updates, my only thing there is, you know, I'd agree with you if they are only backward looking of what's happened, but I think then, you know, when we get them, they need to be forward looking. So, you know, this is what's happened really over the last couple of months, which you knew most of it about already. Here's what's going to be happening over the next couple of months, and, you know, have that, so it's actually not just, you know, this happened, you know, 7 weeks ago and it doesn't really mean much now. It's like, you know, it's getting that advance notice of here's the expectations. Happy to have a response from staff on that one if they think that's too much, or is that reasonable?
I certainly think that's reasonable. We've all got an idea of what's going on. And if something came up that was particularly important, that would generally likely be a decision document and then be coming through to council anyway.
Thank you.
And I was going to say, I'd like to keep things as they are, because I take your point, there's always differences, but I think the problem that we've always dealt with is that there's always the next thing coming up. There's always the next exception to the rule. And what we're trying to do here is test until the elections to see if a total new structure without giving us those easy outs all the time. Because whenever you put those easy outs in, something's always important enough to put in that space. It happens every time, and the next thing you know, you've got full days all over the place, and we're right back where we started. So this is about, actually, I think for a few months, it's not going to do us that much damage to be strong and stick to this. And then after the elections, whoever's in gets an opportunity to say, well, this looks like it's working, this isn't working, we need more time on this. But I also think when you do the let's decide on the day, you can put pressure on some elected members that may not have the availability that others have, or the ability to be as reactive without having to plan their lives a little more. So I like this because it's strong and it's clear for staff, and it just stops that little area of grey that we end up filling.
Oh, there'll be a little area of grey, but stops it being a big area of grey. Yeah, absolutely. Take your point there.
I was just trying to be user friendly. I take your point, and it is only until the election. I just thought if we could actually, one of the options of this might have been to have fewer meetings and fewer Tuesdays to which we were committed. And if we could actually pop a workshop in at the end of a council meeting on one Tuesday and have the next Tuesday off completely, that's a plus. So I was just trying to be a bit user friendly in that regard. But you know, Gary said it can move occasionally. Should the mood take us? So I'm happy with that.
Councillor Walston.
Yeah, I admire the intent of this, and one thing I didn't see in here really is the amount of travel. At the present time, until the election, we don't have an Ahuriri ward councillor, but we want to try and minimise the number of times that Councillor Thompson has to get up early to feed a stock before he comes up to council, or coming up here for 2 hours. Sooner, spends as much time travelling as he does in meetings. So I think, along with Councillor Hopkins, I'd be happy if the under B, 4 meetings are duration approximately 4 hours. Once you're here, I'd be happy to have the 2 hours on the same day to avoid travelling and make the most of the effort of being here. So just to think of that being available, not just the actual meeting time.
Councillor Thompson, what do you and your cattle think of that one?
I'm certainly all in favour of utilising the opportunities to the maximum. And if that means that I get a free lunch as well, that's even better. No, it's certainly within that 9 to 3 window of opportunity for people that have got. I think we should maximise our opportunities there.
Yeah, I think probably my overall concern is, are we a bit light on some of the areas and so on, and how will you cope as elected members? How will we cope? Because we're going from something that's quite time consuming and large to something that's going to be a lot more streamlined. And when we talk about having a workshop of 2 hours, the reality is, how many times do we have workshops where we can actually, only have one and it's limited to 2 hours? So, part of that's seeing how it goes, and it is very much see what happens between now and the election, which then, what works, what doesn't work, and how do we modify it. But Mrs. Bailey, comment on that.
Just like to add to that, as well as this, the structural meeting side of the trial, there is a bit of work being done on the report structure, and our executive team and our report writers have got quite a bit of work to do as well to ensure that we're giving you the right level of information so that you're comfortable being able to make the decisions you're needing to make as well. So, we're going to take a bit of time to work through that as well, and we'll be looking for feedback on that because it'll help with some of that. Do you feel too removed after having been spending a lot of time in chamber and a lot of time reading reports? Naturally, we want to get that down to being far more effective and efficient use of your time, but we've got a bit of work to do there to ensure that we are putting in front of you what you need and not what you don't need, and that it is also enough.
Yeah, and that's we need to recognise that some of us will be very happy with X amount and others will want Y amount of information. So it's hard for staff to always land on the right spot as far as that goes. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've often wondered when I'm reading the report if we had the facility of an elected member's chat room, for want of a better term. I don't know what but if I had a specific question, I could enter that question in. Other elected members could see it. Staff could respond. And a lot of the material that we then deal with in these meetings would have been ticked off before we actually got here.
Right. WhatsApp, yeah, it could be. Yeah. Email. I guess WhatsApp is helpful for who's on that. Obviously, staff in general aren't on it. Anyway, it's it's worth thinking about how we might deal with some of those types of things. I'm trying to ignore some of the other inane comments about various apps that they use. Ainsley, did you have some comments you want to make?
Yeah. Just a couple of things to remember that as part of your online facility at the moment, you do have the opportunity to have those forums. The ability for other people to contribute to that is part of the Hive project. It's transitioning. It is when and how, and the resourcing is the issue. So it's about IT being not so well resourced at the moment to be able to do that, but it's all in progress. We've set up the structure so that if you could have those sorts of discussions, it is a resourcing issue. So in time, you would be able to do that. Just going back to a couple of other points, if I may. Councillor Hopkins, just your comment about could we have workshops and council meetings on the same day instead of having things on every Tuesday. I think that was the original intention of doing this trial, that it would end up like that. But the way it came back in the discussion at the workshop with elected members was that the 9 to 3 was worth trialling because at the moment the chief executive is legally required to try and promote to a wider audience for a diverse participation by the community to get more of a diverse representation around the council table. So actually having that trial on the 9 to 3 basis, that may mean that you come in each week, but you are here for a shorter time. Fitted in with that, and also the shorter time, taking all of the information reports out of a council meeting and putting them somewhere else, i.e. the council activity updates event, was something that you all wanted. Let's just have council meetings dealing with the real business and the rest going somewhere else. So everything has been structured around what was said, and yet originally it was, well, let's have a meeting every 2 weeks, but then when you try and sort it out in the calendar, that's what you end up with. So we did go around as much as possible around the options.
Well, all I suggested, all I suggested was, but not during the week where a council meeting is being held, except by prior agreement. So, I mean, I wasn't trying to change things. I was giving Gary the opportunity to say, hey guys, we could do it on this Tuesday of the council meeting, or have another one on the next Tuesday. What do you reckon? And we would say what we preferred. But look, I'm happy to leave it as it is. Gary said that's possible anyway, so I'm quite comfortable.
Yeah, and just touching on a couple of other things. I mean, in the original version of this, it had the exec committee and Harbour Area Committee disappear, but given we're launching into this soon, it's only going to be for a trial period. I've said, let's carry on with those. They're the mechanisms that we do the CE's employment, the CCO aspect of things. With the Harbour Area Committee, we've got our community representatives. Let's not try and, create too much change that needs a whole lot of inventing of new mechanisms right now. Let's just get on with the main changes and see how we go. So separating IS out from the PAR. So actually the PAR is about the finances and overall risk to the organisation. So it's more focused. Having council doing those other things, having the council activity updates coming through to us all together and having them live streamed and so on, so actually people can watch what's happening there, so they're not losing that because it's suddenly because it's not in a committee, but just having it as in a briefing type scenario where they can actually watch in is quite helpful, I think. So overall, I think this is a really good step to let's just see how it goes over the next few months in the run up to the election. It's not going to be proven. So as far as is this going to make it? Are people going to see a difference, which is going to make them stand for council where they might not have otherwise? Probably not. Is it sending the signal to people that if they stand, there's going to be possibly a more workable structure for them to actually be able to do the job? Then I think that is sending the message that yes, generally speaking, you can commit once a week at least, 9 till 3, then you can pretty much manage it. Obviously there's a lot of reading and stuff still going to be outside that, but and there'll be we shouldn't kid ourselves that there's not going to be some of the external meetings and things that we have. There are various appointments to other external committees or just some of the other activities that happen to if we had for example, the Future for Local Government reform panel is going to come on a Wednesday. well, that's when we're going to have to meet them. So they're not coming this Wednesday, Guy. So. But it's yeah, we're still going to have to have a wee bit of flexibility around some of those things, but it's actually setting the base structure as a much more solid, something we can rely on. So anyway, any other comments, questions? So Councillor Thompson, you've moved the recommendation. Was there one change we were going to make? Councillor Hopkins, you raised a couple of things, I think it was it?
I'm sorry, I sensed there wasn't an overwhelming tidal wave of endorsement, and you've said that what I suggested could be achieved without changing what's in the recommendation. So I ain't going to die in the ditch about that.
Yeah, so it was only one thing that you'd mentioned. I was thinking there was two, but I might be thinking of.
The second one was that the council activity updates are approximately every second month. Well, if you take the word approximately into account, it could be 6 weekly anyway. So that was the only other matter I'd raised. So again, you indicated that there was flexibility with that. So again, and the change wasn't needed to give us that flexibility. So that's fine.
Yeah. And I think the approximately is because sometimes over 2 months, you might have usually you have 8 weeks essentially and a bit. Sometimes it'll be 9, and so it'll throw it a week forward or back, depending, because you're having council meetings every 2 weeks. But Ainsley.
Yeah, just on that too, again, we're looking for an average there, because at the moment, some of the activity updates come every quarter and some come every 6 weeks. Staff are really pushed at the moment. So we talked about what could we accomplish within the bounds of everything else that's being changed. And the 2 month was talked about at the workshop, and it was actually supported generally there. So we thought that's why that was pitched forward. It just gives staff an opportunity to move forward from the 6 week thing, which at the moment can be a bit pressurized for them with so many other reports to write. And some of those who are on quarterly ones come down to 2 months. So it's an average of the two. And the mayor is right. Sometimes I cannot find a perfect 2 month time zone in amongst the calendar. Because there's other things on it. Thank you.
Okay. Right, so you've moved that, Councillor Thompson, and it's seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Thank you. Any further discussion? Those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Right, now we'll move on to the minutes. I think you've all been waiting for. So there's a couple of sets of minutes which aren't in the agenda, which were indicated were there. So 4.2 and 4.4 aren't there. There is the minutes from, trying to find the annual plan minutes. Whereabouts are they?
They're in a separate PDF.
Right.
That you may or may not want to put them.
So I'm not sure whether you all.
Yeah, that's fine. Just
I did respond very quickly and took my time to actually get those back out so that you had them if you didn't feel it important enough to read them at the time. Okay, so we've got 4.1, the minutes from the meeting held on the 29th of March.
Three quick corrections, if you will. On page 11, item 7.2, second paragraph, Finance and Corporate Development Operations Manager Richard Marr highlighted those efforts had been made by officers. Well, there's no reference to what those efforts are, and the word should be that efforts. Highlighted that efforts had been made by officers to identify some possible. On the next page, under the word amendment, second paragraph, another elected member suggestion caution. So I think what that should read is another member another elected member suggestion cautioned that one elected member's opinion, etc., etc.
Suggested.
Do you have the point references, please?
So after, on page
No, if you go to the clause number in the minutes, there's number of minutes, I do this.
7.2.
Yep.
And there's an amendment paragraph, headed up amendment, and second paragraph starts another elected member says suggestion, but I think you're saying suggested.
Suggested caution.
Or
And the other matter on page 16, if I can find, just bear with me for a moment. Yeah, on page 16, it's probably impossible now, I suspect, unless there are notes to the effect. But at the bottom of that page, it says Councillor Jim Hopkins immediately called for a show of hands as permitted under clause 19.4. The chair requested a show of hands and in response declared the motion carried. Now, in my view, the moment something like a show of hands is asked for or indeed a declaration, the minute should actually show the numbers. I don't know if they're available. If they're not, it should happen from now on. But it's an oversight.
Not under our standing orders. You amended those bullet points up from the main template. So you can have a voice by vote that can be done audibly, and the show of hands can actually just be a declaration by the chair. It is only when you get to the division, you've made a difference to your standing orders.
Sorry, I'm not going to have an argument with you, but if you look at standing orders, I see there's no such provision in them. It's the same as the parliamentary things. Formal requests like that should be actually evidenced in the minutes by way of numbers. But anyway, look.
Would you be happy if we added that Councillor Jim Hopkins lost the vote by a significant margin?
Look, I couldn't, look, I'm sorry, I don't care. I mean, I'm thinking of somebody in 20 years' time wondering what the vote was. You know, that's what one of the purposes of minutes is they become a historical record. And there are certain formal processes that probably call for things to be in the minutes. But look, that's it. End of story.
A few of us won't be around then, so let's not worry too much. Yes.
Sorry, and basically one of our guests today suggested a change to these particular minutes. So under 7.3 paragraph entitled WCL entry paragraph 2 line 8, replace dividend with total profit. That was from the discussion this morning.
Okay. Rather have a dividend of million, but never mind. Okay. Anything else with that? Someone move, we adopt those. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Hopkins, those in favour say aye. Against, it's carried. Next is item 4.3, which was on the annual plan. Are you in a position for us to adopt those? Well, I did. Okay. Item 4.5, public minutes of the additional council meeting held on the 7th of June. Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, very quickly. 5.1, page 28. First paragraph down. Mr. Hope's advice, as acknowledged and elected members agreed.
Hang on. See?
Oh, sorry?
No, I think. What page?
Yeah, page 28.
Is this 28 of our current agenda?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you give me the clause in the minutes, please? Point 5.1. Paragraph.
It's the 6th paragraph down on that page 28. And it's just where Mr. Hope's advice acknowledged and elected members agreed with the action.
I can't do 3 things, that's the point.
Okay, we're just getting that sorted.
And paragraph finishes with status quo. And like an like the Jim missed.
Just one moment.
Yeah.
Can we just confirm?
So can you confirm what it is that you are replacing? So you're replacing the words advised.
Mr. Hope's advice as acknowledged, comma, and elected members agree.
So you're replacing advised with advice.
No, Mr. Hope's advice, take the word as out. Mr. Hope's advice acknowledged, comma, and elected members agree.
You need to use your microphone. Don't worry about it now. Okay, we've got that. And anything else in there?
Yeah, one that Councillor Hopkins missed. I'm very surprised, Jim, you missed one.
It's a competition.
On page 28, which is once again, Ainsley is 5.1, and I count it as being the 6th paragraph, but it's the 3rd paragraph. The paragraph starts, the significant cost increases associated with roading. One elected member responded that. There's probably 2 more that's in there than I needed. Stunning, yeah, indeed.
They probably did say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
And just one more, the top of page 29, in bold is Acton, ACTON. I think it might be missing a point.
Action required.
Same one, under still the last paragraph of 5.1. Yes, the top of you.
Okay. Moved, Councillor Wallstein.
Yep, happy to move.
Is the winner over Councillor Hopkins. Seconded. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, it's carried. Jim H. Okay, we've got what have we got? So we've got 3 lots of minutes from public excluded. Does anyone have anything of note? If there's corrections, they can just pass them on to Ainsley.
I will do that, but yes, I will do that.
How is it? Colin, can you turn your mic on, please?
Sorry.
Just remember, we are still live, people, so we can't discuss them. If you want to discuss them, you have
Is
to
there-
go to public excluded.
Right, there might be a reference that's not actually giving any detail.
Ainsley's right, we should go into, unless you want to change, these are matters of material matters, so I
Right.
would.
Okay, so we need to go into public excluded then for these. Councillor Holding moved that, seconded by Councillor Williams. Thank you. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, that's carried. So as we sign off from the public part, thank you to those who have been watching the live stream. Hopefully you've been entertained, if nothing else today. It's been quite a substantial agenda, so thank you for watching, and to all of the councillors, thank you for your participation so far. We'll get these minutes out of the way, and then we'll have councillor briefing after that. So thank you.